Hello and welcome back to the stream. Wordy Hyper Square, good to see you all. You got sick? Same. So I've got some tea here. I had a dream last night, and I don't remember everything about it. Just messed with my internal clock. Thank goodness I have Tuesday streams to help me remember what day it is. Unfortunately, it's not Tuesday, though. It is now Wednesday. But if Wednesday is the day that the Boxman likes to run the stream, or the tournament, then so be it. But yeah, we're entering Cashbox today. So, yeah, sorry, Scuba. Yeah, no, we're entering Cashbox. Yeah, should be fun. What Digimon are you playing again? The one right here. There he is. Ugh. Yeah, I've been a little sick. It's not crazy. Just like a lumpy feeling in my throat, and then when I wake up, like one of my sinuses is like completely clogged. Yeah. Wailord? I'm playing Wailord. You're so right. Yeah. What's up, Plasma? Okay. Tournament starts in 20 minutes, so I say we just go into the training lab and just do some labbing, because I haven't done that with this character yet. Just mess around, see what I can learn. I like a lot of Gen 6 music, especially Lumio City. Lumio City is just such a nice tune.
Training. Greninja.
That is a very good full hop. Like, you go all the way up here. You'll get sick of it if you play ZA. True, I have not played ZA. I'd like to, but definitely don't have the budget for that. Pretty sure Greninja has down tilt into up smash that doesn't kill like Diddy Kong. Oh, awesome! Yeah, you gotta dash forward. That wasn't true. Who was that? Wait. You know what, Square? Fair point. I hadn't considered the obvious. So I can do short hop fair. But if I do fastball fair, it doesn't come out. But it does auto cancel pretty easily, so you can do baits where you like do that, like you do a short hop fastball fair into auto cancel, so that way you can like then get a grab. What's up, Gameth? I wonder what uses down air has besides like spiking. I imagine there's more to it. This move, probably bad. Like that dealt 12%. That's it. I guess it's a spot dodge attack. But is this not better? Like, boom! I dealt 15%. That's more than this move's gonna get me. Also, sometimes it sends them the wrong way. Common Pichu, hello. Crazy Frog. Oh, that unlocked a memory for me. As a kid, I loved that song. I thought you could do it up to 6 times. Why am I only getting it 3 times? I need to be faster on the last... No. You should have Force Burn side special. Look, Rivals characters belong in Rivals. If any of one of them were in Smash Bros, they'd make Steve look bad. How do you do the drag down stuff? Probably shouldn't be trying to learn that today. It's probably easier to hit the footstool limit on a floatier character. Potentially. Okay, that's a true combo. I don't really know what I want to lab out right now. I'm just kind of like playing the character. I guess this is an option. You want to get tricky on the ledge and die for it. Yeah, as long as you start your upbeat at the ledge height, you're fine. Ooh, I'd grabbed ledge too many times. So if I do this, that was not true. Shadow Sneak has the least sneaky shadow in the game. Yeah, and it's not even a priority move, like SMH. Yeah, I think something I want to just be good at is just short hop forward airs, because, like, with this character, I feel like forward air is a very good move, but it's easy to accidentally not input it. So, just get this input in my muscle memory. Could eventually do an open arena. I might at the end of the week. It's all about keeping your opponents on their toes. They can't know what you're going to do if you don't know either. True. Look at that. Look at them toes. Look at them webbed toes. Dash attack back air for free. Yeah, what's up, Ann? Unfortunately, dash attack into forward air isn't true. You can call out jump reads, but otherwise it doesn't cover it. But yeah, back air's pretty good. A sneeze, hold up. And then the sneeze went away. Okay, sure. Thanks, nose. Alright. Angry Box just went live. Good to hear. How's the Greninja exploring going? I played 50 games of Elite Smash with him yesterday, and my experience while doing that was mixed. I ended up with a record of like 19 wins, 31 losses. And what I felt like was anytime I fought somebody who knew their main inside and out, I was just getting cooked. I did not know how to beat people that just knew their mains better than I knew Greninja, which is fair. It's day one. Sneeze blue balls. But one thing I did learn while playing Greninja yesterday was that he is the epitome of, like, you want to hit me? You want to hit me? That's funny. I'm not gonna let you hit me. Like, you just gotta play very evasive with him, because the reality is his boxing up close isn't very good. Like, back air's good, like, kind of, like, they fell out of it. Perfect timing for me to try to explain that. His out of shield option, like, his nair just goes too high up. And forward air takes too long. His grab sucks, unless you're doing a pivot grab, which... Let me try to do the pivot grab. Yeah, like, that's good. But the rest of his grab, it's really slow. He can't... He much rather would do a falling nair on your shield than a rising nair on a shield. And his combos... He doesn't have the best combos. Like, unless you're, like, doing up air stuff. It's a lot of, like, 1 or 2 pieces. Yeah, like an actual ninja. Yeah, what's up, Tai-Fi? So... Yeah, I don't know. And I mean, like, obviously there's a lot of advanced combo stuff where I could do the up air drag down into other things. Forward smash is pretty good. I rely on that move a lot. Ooh, Azumarill? Azumarill would be kind of hype. Just this cute little blue ball that just destroys you anytime Azumarill lands a hit. They're triple stacking ads now? Dude, I hate the adpocalypse. I had to turn off YouTube Premium because I'm broke, and it's been obnoxious. It was nice being able to say that it was a business expense for a while, but now that I have no business, it is just an expense. Azumarill is just La Reina. True. You blocked my ads, Square. I'm not gonna make my half a penny from you watching my stream. How dare you? If I even get a fraction of a penny from it. Yeah, something else I learned is it's very easy to rely too much on dash attack. Dash attack's very good, don't get me wrong, but you can't over rely on the move. It has its purposes. It has its place. Like most dash attacks, although Greninja's dash attack is so good that you can base your whole game plan around it. I don't know how ads work, man. I think Google keeps all the money and just sprinkles a little bit on me for fun. Just be like, here you go, you can't say we didn't pay you. Tai-Fi, that's the real way to do it. I might be disabling my YouTube membership soon. I just kind of want to, like, direct everyone to Patreon instead of having a mixed group of, like, YouTube members plus patrons. Because, like, there's one person who joined my YouTube membership, and I still haven't been able to message them to say, hey, join our Discord. Oh, I don't know. They could really do something with Azumarill in Smash 6. They can do a lot of things with a lot of Pokemon in Smash 6. You can make a whole Pokemon fighting game. You could even name it like Pokken or something. Like a riff on Tekken, you guys get it? I kind of wish I got into Pokken, actually. That game looks so super cool. Grab cancel jumps? You mean jump cancel grab, where you like are running, and then you input jump, but during the jump squat frames you grab? That's not the case in Ultimate. You just buffer nair that way. But in Melee and other Smash games, you gotta jump cancel grab. I'd want to join the Discord if it had no verifying. What do you mean by verifying? Next Pokemon rep would probably be a next-gen Startermon. Yeah. Although I did see a theory post that since we've got Gen 6 starter in Greninja, Gen 7 starter in Incineroar, then the Gen 8 grass starter, so Rillaboom, should be in Smash. Which, honestly, I'd love Rillaboom in Smash. I think that'd make a really fun Pokemon. Like a mix of DK, Leafy DK, but more bongos. I do the wall thing? We're just doing the wall jump. We need more grass types. I 100% agree. I'd love to see a grass type rep, like Sceptile. I need to play some Project Rex. Okay, I do not know how to do the wall cling. Because every time I move away from the wall, I jump. Needs a 90-degree wall. Grovyle over Sceptile. I love Grovile's design. Grovile is one of the best designed middle evolutions. A lot of them look really awkward, but Grovile's pretty cool. Hierogonal? Okay, now we're cooking, chat. Okay, I just hold towards the wall. It's as simple as that. How long does the wall cling last? That's a pretty good wall cling. Gen 2 Pokemon and Meowth and Genesect and Smash 6. There's a lot of good Pokemon they could add to Smash. If I had to choose one Pokemon to get added to the next Smash game... Ooh. What would make a fun Pokemon? What would make a fun Smash character? Trying to think. Let's say it's from Scarlet and Violet, because that limits how many Pokemon I have to think about. Fluttermane, and make her busted so that way VGC and Smash players have to suffer. No, I don't think Fluttermane would make a good design. You know what? You know what Pokemon I'd actually love to see in Smash? Tyranitar. I saw a Rivals workshop mod of Tyranitar the other day, and I thought that looked so cool. And Tyranitar is just one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Probably would work better as an assist trophy, but I don't care. Put Tyranitar in Smash. I think a lot of whip-like attacks using Chain of Ice in its mouth would be sick. I have full faith that Sakurai could cook a really fun Chirogonal design. Okay, wait, can you do it like Sheik, where you do the up air drag down into up smash? Okay, no. We need more object Pokemon representation. Put Vanillux in Smash! I want to see Garbodor! Klefki, anyone? Wimpod? Yeah. So, I love all these options. We do need another legendary rep. We have a singular one in the Lord of our Year of Our Lord Beyonce 2026. Ooh, wait, did I get edge cancel that? You kind of just stop at the ledge. But I could have sworn my first time doing that, I, like, edge canceled it. For the drag downs, delay the fast fall on the up air. Delay the fast fall, okay. I'm not getting my full pops in. Ooh, okay, yeah, that worked. Alright. I should be checking the bracket. Where's my description? Okay, I guess we're not checking it there. Okay, says it's begun. I did do an edge cancel? Dude, I love that. I wish... In Smash 6, I care a lot less about what characters get added than I care about, like, what mechanics they do with the game. I would love it. My ideal Smash game has a couple of things in it. One of those things being easier edge canceling, because like watching Zane edge cancel with Marth cracked me. Mousehold character where it's Ice Climbers, but with 4 of them. That would be so funny. That would be so stupid. Oh my god, I would hate fighting them, but they would be so much fun to play. Oh, that's a funny idea. It took me a long time to realize that Garbodor is probably a portman to garbage and odor because of the spelling, and I keep pronouncing it as Odor. Huh. I didn't realize that either. Help to make the ledges not sticky. Yeah, like make it easier for you to just bring back shield dropping. Like, we had it in Smash 4 3DS for a while, and then Void was like, yo, they brought back shield dropping, and then immediately cut it. Like, what was the logic there? Like, bring back shield dropping, bring back edge canceling, bring back, better wave dashing. Just make it a little bit better. Like, it can... With the air dodge penalty, where if you air dodge like 6 times in a row, it becomes really laggy, keep that in the game. I think that's fine. But make it so we can actually use our wave dashes at least the first or second time without like it being really laggy. I think the universal 3-frame jump squat is a good thing. I think that's a good thing for the game. What else would I add? Rival's parries are pretty good. I gotta give it up to Rival's parries. Okay, my opponent is here. Okay. No, I didn't mean to open up Microsoft Edge. Also, what are you doing on my... in tab? How are you there, Microsoft Edge? I've removed you so many times. Yeah, I would like to see more quadruped Pokemon too. That's a good one.
Step into the ring.
You beat Smash Ultimate in Melee tournament with Pichu. Nice. No, I think that Pichu in Melee truthfully isn't that bad. I think Pikachu is probably better in most situations, but there's some advantages to playing Pichu. Okay, my opponent is playing Jigglypuff. Interesting. Skeledirge would be better than Meowscarada and Cobble, just because he's a quadruped. I love Skeledirge. He's one of my favorite Pokemon from Gen 9. Although, can't beat Scovillain. Scovillain is peak design. Let's go small. No, let's go town and city, actually. I want the space to run away from this pup. Alright, here goes. First round versus Kanye Rest. Wait, that's such a funny tag. I have not played Legends EA. Cloudflare is stupid. Cloudflare... I blame Start GG more than Cloudflare. Alright. This is bracket. I gotta lock in. Uh-oh. I am not locking in, chat. Uh-oh. Ooh. That pound scared me. Good DI on that. Nothing came out. Okay, nice. This guy's covering all my options very well. Yeah. Ooh, that did not feel good. Getting rested immediately into not being able to hit him, like, at all. Why does this feel like a bad matchup? Let's try Battlefield. I want a little bit less space for them to run around, but I still want the platforms to chase them. It's a yellow cup, actually. I'm gonna try to use back air a little bit more, and I'm gonna try walking. Walking is good.
One, go!
Oh, I accidentally did drag down when I wasn't ready for it. I always let go of shield whenever he starts down airing me, and I need to stop that. Nice. Okay. Nice, okay. I play 5.5 minutes of Ampy Greninja, right? I can't hit these dash attacks to save my... or the dash attack follow-ups. It's fine, though. Damage is damage. Okay. Finally got the follow-up. I thought my dash attack would go through! Oh, my up air lost that trade so bad. Really? Oh, come on, game. Ah, they got me there. The double roll was not it. Alright, GG's. I feel like I adapted good going from game 1 to game 2. I'll keep the arena open for now. But again, I just feel like I was fighting somebody that was just better at their character than me. It was a better game too. I'm not upset with how that went down. So, yeah. I just think that player was good, and they knew Puff really well. This character ain't meant for a week. True. True. Yeah, no, I think I adapted well. It's just like the spaces I was losing. I just lost the game of inches. Like they just won neutral more than I did, and it translated them just getting more advantage as time went on. This character's like a month type. Yeah, but a week's all I need for the video. So. Honestly, what I'm thinking I might do, chat, is since I am unemployed and I got nothing better to do right now, I'm thinking I might just do daily streams, and try to like get 7 days of a character as fast as possible, so that way I can actually, you know, complete more of the cast. I still have to make the videos on them, which will take its own time, but it'll be something. Hold up, did my opponent DQ in the winner's side? Yeah, okay, I gotta DQ. We gotta wait 3 minutes for that, and then we'll DQ. Intriguing idea. Make money. Dude, I'm trying, man. I'm door dashing after this stream, but, like, I am trying. I've applied to a ton of jobs, and just nobody's hiring, and it sucks. More streams equal more chances for Patreon. True. Subscribe. Up tilt is a very good anti-air. Oh, I probably should have used up tilt more. Ugh, dude, it's been a rough month and a half. I made a pepperoni and cheese sandwich. You know, it has all of the ingredients of a pizza. Bread, it's cheese, pepperoni. So why is pizza not classified as a sandwich? Yeah, maybe one of my streams should be every time I lose on Elite Smash, I apply for a job. Should I do that, chat? I saw Junebug doing that, and I thought it was a really funny stream. You're the reason I got into Rivals of Aether. I love to hear that. Rivals of Aether is a great game, both 1 and 2. I'm personally more fond of Rivals 1, but Rivals 2 is pretty cool as well. And I do need to make more Character Crisis videos for Rivals 2. Love the bear. Edalus is my heart is with Edalus always, and he feels a lot better than he did at the start of the game. So, I don't know. I've just kind of been stuck on making Rivals long-form content. I feel like I want to focus on Smash Bros. For my long-form content, just because I have so many characters to get through. And every video that isn't a Character Crisis video is just delaying the Character Crisis series by that much. Alright, my opponent's gonna get DQ'd in 30 seconds. Do a cooking stream? I'd be down. Only issue is that I'd have to bring my whole PC downstairs, and that is a lot of cables and a lot of moving parts that I don't really want to bring downstairs, truthfully. I do love cooking. Hope you're still enjoying making the videos. I am. I do love making a Character Crisis video. It's still a lot of work. Like, my draft for my DVD video is just sitting in front of me. And I love writing them. The video essay part of it, like writing the essays. I'm that weirdo who likes writing essays in school. No, I enjoy it a lot. It's just that it's the hard part about the Character Crisis videos is just that they are very time consuming to make. Yeah, I love to hear that, Hypers. Don't get a degree in creative writing. AI will steal your job. Dude. What have I done? I don't know. I'm still happy with the degree I got. Oh yeah, I need to change the music. Don't worry, it's already stealing my dream. Don't we love AI, chat? Isn't AI just the coolest invention ever? Just making us all not have jobs and all slowly starve to death. It's awesome. Most degrees now are useless. True. Honestly, I can't even recommend people go to college. My degree has done nothing for me. Like, yeah, I got a degree that's not in the market right now, but yeah, it's done nothing for me. Alright. Who is my opponent? Looks like they played a combination of Joker Byleth. Okay, so part of the MK Leo school of thought. Yeah. Arts are important unless you're a corporation trying to make money. Okay, they are the MK Leo school of thought. Look at that. Look at that. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna play Joker first. I'm not the biggest fan of the Joker matchup, truthfully. Let's just go Pokemon Stadium. When I'm a lawyer, I'm gonna be making the big bucks. Unless AI takes that job too. Yeah, AI is a stain. I hate it. I'm convinced the only people who like AI are soulless. They can't. Someone will try.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay. Good Rebels Guard there. No jump. Let's go out. Okay, this person likes to jump in disadvantage. We will keep that in mind. Yeah, that was a really bad back air. I hate bouncing off the ledge! Wait, I had my jump? Okay, okay. Never mind, bouncing off the ledge is based in cool. Nice, the charge worked. Reset to center. I gave up my ledge trap because I dash attack. I hate Joker's frame data. It's so stupid. in. Let's go. Got a little too confident in my down tilt there. You can't up smash out of shield as this character, gotta remember that. way too slow on my tomahawk there. Okay, you know what? Just targeting smash attacks at the ledge is working versus this Joker. Okay, bait the counter. Okay, that's fine. That's less fine. I'm just gonna reset. You know what? It's my ledge trap now. Okay, still can't kill me. I don't know what they did there, but sure. Greninja's hardest challenge is dominating full versus short hop. What do you mean by that? Against Joker... I guess I want Plats, and... No, Kalos is good for me, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what stages to ban as Greninja. We're just gonna ban Final Destination Hollow Bastion. Transhumanist billionaires that think an actual AI would accept them and allow them to live forever is laughable to me. the whole idea is laughable to me. Yeah, the people with money are the ones who get to make the decisions in this world, not the people who get to suffer from those people's decisions. AI is made for those who get to game the system. Exactly, and the only thing that lets you decide whether you get to game the system or not is how much money is in your bank account when you're born.
3, 2,
Or rather, your parents' bank account, but same difference. I gotta be careful to not SD because of gun. Yeah, going back in and fighting Joker would be a mistake. Okay, called him out. Called him out. That was a hard read, and it worked out. Oh, I got the drag down, but didn't know how to follow up off of it. Goal is to stay alive. No, yep, I can't. Joker's too fast for me to do the run to the edge of screen and shuriken. Oh, my grab is so slow. Okay, good. If that didn't kill, I was so worried. I let go of my shield a little too early. That's fine. If you're using your counter to reflect a shuriken that deals 3% damage, I'm not gonna mind. I try to air dodge through that. Didn't want to dash attack there. That time I did want to dash attack, and that was dumb. Not what I wanted. Wanted the back air. No way, I'm dead? Wow, okay. That was really bad. What went wrong that game? Yarmy mateys, what's up, Apple? I was playing really good for the first two stocks, and then something fell apart. Dash attack. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I did start dash attacking a lot. Let's go Smashville. It is so easy to fall back on dash attack. No, wait! Oh my god! Yeah, maybe the Smashville was not the pick. Okay, it's fine. I tried to delay it. They like to roll.
You're mine.
All right. You know what? You get a Joker stock on this stage. You get a pineapple as well. That was a little scary. And into that. I can't believe that worked. That was such a dumb option. Nice. Called him out for the neutral getup. Times at start. This is bracket, if that's what you're asking, moron. Ugh. Yeah, I need to be very careful about relying too much on dash attack. Like, once people figure out my dash attack habits, it kind of falls apart. Okay, loser of you? Let's take a look at the bracket. Wow, don't even call him Professor. He can be both. I mean nothing. I mean no harm, Professor Moron. Alright. Take a look. I'm here now. I fight the loser of you, which has been playing for 21 minutes but has no games reported. That can't be right. Alright, so it's either a Steve or a Diddy Kong. I haven't fought any Steves yet, so I don't know what the Greninja Steve matchup is like. I have fought a couple of Diddy Kongs, and that matchup's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for Greninja. Low-key, I think I'd rather take the Steve. It's bad. I mean, I imagine it's bad. But I don't know. I feel like I'd do better into Steve than Diddy Kong with my level of Greninja experience right now. You could call me the worst thing known to man, and I would just say, what's up? That's real talk. Dude, how do they have no games reported? That's crazy. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to refill my water. Hopefully there's movement on the bracket by the time I'm back, and then I'll be gone for a minute. My Meowth impression is great. Let's see. I haven't heard Meowth say something in so long. I actually don't know what I would need to, how I would do it. Hold on. Let me pull up Team Rocket clips. Watch me get copyrighted for this. Or meow.
It's going different. I almost made a awful mistake. But
I almost made a quaffle mistake. Meow, that's right. I don't know. I'm not gonna play more. I don't want to get copyrighted. Dude, 25 minutes? What are they doing here? Whoa. Hello, StartGG. Okay, thank you. Oh, Mo's in this bracket? I should reach out to Mo and be like, hey, I'm a fellow Greninja main. What's up? Mo has entered my tournaments before. Oh, I love that. The DQ into winner side DQ. What pool are you in? I'm in 14. I guess it is Diddy Kong Steve. They would be playing really campy. But, like, no games reported after almost a half an hour. What does that tell me? Kanye Rest, the guy I fought, he beat this Rob player and then lost to Your Bro. I think I've fought Your Bro before, and I remember getting cooked. Extremely cooked. So, I'm not sure. Oh, this Kazuya took a game off Andric. Andric's playing Fox? Wait a minute. Like, seeing... Okay, they finally reported one game. One game. What happened here? Kanye Rest is a very good tag. I enjoyed that tag a lot. Yeah, let's... I guess while we're waiting for these two, we could rank tags. Mo... I think Mo by itself isn't a memorable tag, but Mo Among Us? Love it. I've had to, like, look up on Google how to copy and paste this specific thing. Messiah's art? It's fine. Not super crazy. Omega Song? Omega Song's a good tag, I guess. Matsugo? I like the way that rolls off the tongue. Venrid? Venrid's alright. Not quite in Kanye Rest territory, though. Master 69. Nah, that tag's lame. Haven is just a word. Drago, or Drag Zero? Drago? I don't know. Bonfire, it's just a word. Tony Pajamas? That's kind of a good tag. I like Tony Pajamas a lot. Big fan of that one. Agitated Crustacean? Okay. Peak tag light up here. Relax. Spirit. Yep, those are just words. Amai 7. I mean, it's alright. Pyro Ace. It just feels like 2 words. Mizuki Akayama. That just seems like a Japanese name, but I could be insensitive for saying that. Game Star. That's just 2 words. Andric. That's just a name. Pies. That's just a word, but I kind of like the tag Pies. Bubba Sour. I like Bubba Sour. That's a good one. Penguin. It works. It works. Ramen Raymond. I like that one. I like the alliteration in tags. Wolves. It's just a word, man. Plummet. Word. Getsu. Yeah, it's fine. Your Bro. I don't think that's a very good tag, to be honest. Dracula. That is just the vampire. Jibbathab. I have no idea what to think of that one. Jinjo Ito, maybe? Slingshot. They just took Gimmer's tech and made it their tag. I can't even pronounce this one. Kanye Rest is one of the best tags I've ever seen. And then I'm personally fond of Tuesday Tastic. I think Tuesday Tastic's a great tag. Dude, how did it take him 30 minutes to do one game? What am I supposed to do? Chances are I'm fighting Steve, so you know what? I'm gonna move this over here. We're gonna go into the training mode. We're gonna lab out some stuff versus block, I guess. Do I have a second controller? Not nearby. Okay, well. Guess not. Had an option to get a custom poster with your character and tag on it. My one had to be landscape to fit. Nice. Reading your website and seeing Tuesday Wilson. Is your real name actually Tuesday? No, but I started going by it in my personal life. Yeah, no, I like the name Tuesday. Going to locals and having all of my friends there call me Tuesday, it's just kind of like, I kind of like this. I like going by Tuesday. They made it the underscore. Gotta remember the grammar stuff.
Greninja. Steve.
Man, tragedy of vanilla Smash Ultimate training mode. Is like, how do I get Steve? Like, oh boy, he's neutral specialing. He made make blocks. Dang it! There we go. Oh great, he's yeah. I am too mentally tired to try to do anything with that. I guess I could wall jump off of it. There seems good. Oh, they finally finished. I do have a second controller, but it's downstairs, and I don't want to go get it. I assume you know how to deal with Steve blocks at ledge? No, I don't, actually. What would that take? Like, up B angles, and then shadow sneak into them? I'm gonna get gimped, aren't I, chat? I can also wall cling off of them if I can get there fast enough.
Step into the ring.
It is, in fact, Steve. Think of a 2x2 box. You want the block bottom and away from that stage destroyed before recovering. After that, most characters will magnet hands to ledge. Okay. Well, I got my wish. I'm fighting the Steve instead of the Diddy Kong. I don't know if that was a good wish to make, chat. Why did I ban Smashville? I probably should take him to Smashville. It's okay, Professor. Let's go to Small Battlefield. Alright. Steve time.
Ready?
Of course, my does this in the wood.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ooh, we got the ledge cancel? It didn't matter? Okay. The camera angle changing kind of threw me off, I'm not even gonna lie. Surprisingly few walls being set up. Alright, you know what? It works. Ah, don't. Yeah, this Steve is annoying and making me fight him off stage. Doesn't have many resources, though. Nice. Nah. That sucks, man. Shadow Sneak was right in front of him. I can't stop him here. Well, actually, I can. That hits me still. I hate the way they designed Mighten Cart. Yeah, makes sense.
Game. Steve wins.
Steve. Appreciate it, Gameth. Alright, I think I am gonna go Smashville now. And sure it can go through walls? Because if so, that's pretty big. I'll test it. But only if he already has a ton of resources. I don't want to waste my time trying to do that. That move, man. If I was better at spacing that move, I'd be in a much better spot. Oh my god, why did that go on stage? It looked like it was gonna hit the wall for sure. DI'd out, so I nearly died. Mess up your combo, just die. didn't mean to jump into that. Fucking awesome design. Because I was standing on a block and shielding, but then the block got destroyed, I get hit by the anvil. Now he just gets to spam diamond aerials. I didn't know about that setup. Multi-hits. Oh, Nair. Stupid character.
Steve wins.
Well, that's my run. Yeah. I felt like I could have won at the end. But I messed up my Nair into a platform and lost the game for it. Yay, Steve is so cool. Ugh. I don't know if the match versus Diddy Kong would have gone much better, truthfully. I still got a lot to learn with Greninja. Yeah, I haven't lost to a Steve in a while. Bummer. Okay. I think what I want to do next is I want to do some VOD review of Apple Ocean. I think you did pretty well. Well, appreciate the sentiment, but I'm still have the set count of 1-2. So I don't know. Yeah. He gets to keep his resources when he dies. Why do you ask? Yeah. It's Steve. I'm gonna try to. I think we're gonna switch over to just watching some videos and trying to get a sense of Greninja that way. So we're gonna watch some YouTube chat. Hey, look, it's me. Don't forget to like the stream, chat. Let's check out some playlists. He doesn't have playlists for how to play Greninja. We got the in-depth Greninja guide. We could just watch these 3 videos.
Alright, what's up guys, Appalachian here with the Smash Bros. Ultimate Greninja Guide. Yes, I know, I tweeted about it back in March 2019. If you look at your calendar, it's probably not March 2019, unless you got like a DeLorean or something. But hey, we're coming at it. There's a lot of YouTube guides out there for how to play Greninja, but from what I've noticed, they're only like 10 minutes each. And there's so much to cover about our character that doing it all in one video is honestly not possible. So I'm going to break it up into parts, and this is probably going to be the most in-depth Greninja guide that you'll ever see.
Thank you. Because I don't have headphones. So we're just going to mute my mic, and if I want to say something, I'll have to unmute it. Which I guess.
Until, you know, like, everyone that plays the character comes together and makes a guide. But yeah, let's get into it. Alright, starting off with a basic character overview, Greninja is super fast. He's a frog and a ninja, so you can expect him to have some hops. Whenever I go up against people in bracket, they honestly complain about how fast he moves, and you gotta abuse that really. He's top 10 in every attribute. You got jump height, run speed, walk speed. I'm not...
Okay. Those movement stats are really interesting. 7th fastest run speed. 4th fastest walk speed, second highest jump, 10th in air speed, 8th in fall speed, and 8th in fast fall speed. So yeah, Greninja just has good mobility. Neko wasn't bad. Well, it was easy for me to fix on my end. Thanks for letting me know. But yeah, so those movement stats feel right. Although when you do find someone who's actually faster than you, it's kind of weird. So.
Not sure about crawl speed, but yeah, Greninja has so many good attributes to him that movement, without a doubt, is the most important factor to playing Greninja. That being said, Greninja takes a lot of getting used to because he's got some really weird character attributes. For example, he's the 3rd highest jumper and the 8th fastest faller. So if you need to just move around in training mode, short hopping around, you know, walking around battlefield, getting used to him really, it's gonna...
Okay, those ledge cancels are sick. I want to learn that. I don't want to learn the basic stuff. Teach me how to ledge cancel, man.
Make you all the better of a Greninja player. Something that really helped me out with learning how to play Greninja is getting rid of my old definition of movement. It's not just going from one place to another. In Smash, it's really a channel that you can communicate through your players. You know, you've got all these ways to communicate. You've got like pop-ups, you got handshakes, everything. But movement is the biggest way to communicate with the other person, and it's completely open to manipulation. You can pretend that you're gonna go in for, you know, a nair, and you can get a tomahawk down tilt whenever they drop their shield. You have so many ways to use Greninja's movement to your advantage and throw your opponent off guard. If you really want to get good at...
That's a really interesting way to describe movement. It's a way of communicating with your opponent. And I think that's a very good way to describe it. It's something that your movement gets your opponent to do something. And because they're going to react to your movement. And Greninja's fast enough that you can then react to their reaction. So I think that like using movement as the language between you and your opponent is a really great way to describe Greninja.
Movement linked in the description are going to be a bunch of training drills made by a Discord mod on the Greninja server named PokeDude. These movement drills help me out so much in Smash 4, and you can really carry them over to Ultimate because Greninja's fundamentals are so important. We're going to be talking about movement a lot more in a future part for the Greninja guide. But yeah, this is just taking movement right now with a grain of salt. Let's get into neutral. Bait and punish is arguably the best way to play Greninja in neutral. You've probably seen Twitter clips of people comboing with Greninja for up to like 80% from 0. And that's the thing about this character. All you need is that one hit to get something started, and then you can keep on going with his really strong advantage state. His approach options aren't the best in the world though, so try not to confuse bait and punish with all-out aggression. Alright, let's get into some moves. The 4 main moves I'd say that Greninja needs to be using in neutral are Nair, Forward Air, Down Tilt, and Water.
want to watch this again. I want to see how they get the down tilt F smash.
All right, let's get into some moves. The 4 main
Up
moves
tilt,
I'd say that Greninja
Okay, got it.
needs to be using in neutral are Nair, forward air, down tilt, and water shuriken. You know what move I didn't say? Dash attack. Do not use dash attack if you don't have an opening. Dash attack.
Yeah, that is something I am learning the hard way. Dash attack is strictly for whiff punishing. It is not a neutral tool, and when you start using it as a neutral tool, you start to lose. And I felt that, especially during my Greninja, my Joker set. When I started just relying on dash attack, I started losing. So, yeah. Also, I was noticing that there was some points where I was throwing out Shuriken and I was getting hit for it. So that's something else I got to keep in mind. Hey, he got me. Look, I played Greninja before I watched the guides, and I think that's good because it taught me what I needed to do better with the character. It taught me like what some bad habits you can have with Greninja are early on.
Deck isn't safe on shield or whiff, so don't throw it around or all you're gonna do is get up smashed by a fox. Alright, now that we got that out of the way, let's get into Nair. Nair's a really good move. Oh my god, you can get a combo off of this move at literally any percent. Even at 0, you can do Nair dash attack up smash for a quick 45%. And a little after that, you can even do Nair into fair, which works as a kill confirm. And whenever Sweet Spot Nair has too much knockback, you can go for a Sour Spot Nair with a light or outside hitbox of the move. At 0, you can do the same combo and get Sour.
I think I want to look at the frame data. I think today is a frame data day. So I got a good idea of like the hitboxes. Mainly, I just want to see the hitboxes. Yeah, jab is good. Three frame startup jab is pretty solid. I've been using it a good amount. Forward tilt's also really good. Can it 2 frame? Bad recoveries it can 2 frame. I think. Doesn't look like it. This is all disjoint. Wow, Greninja is actually really small body when he does up tilt. It's not a very big hitbox. Like, it just covers above him. But up tilt's pretty... It's niche. I wish I used it more when I was fighting the Jigglypuff. Up tilt would have been, like, run in, pivot, so that way you put your head behind you. Pivot up tilt versus Jigglypuff seems pretty good, actually. Five frame startup, minus 12 on shield, leads into a ton of your combos. Down tilt's pretty good. Although, yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm not too surprised by the forward smash. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, up smash is a weird one. So if you get them with this move... So it's the center hitbox that kills. Otherwise, you get the sour spots, which kind of suck, and send outwards. So you have to be directly above Greninja in order for it to work. Oh, it does go low enough. Okay, so down smash goes low enough to hit ledge hang. That's really important to know. Down taunt, let's go! Should have hit the Steve player with this one. That would have won me the match for sure. Just a circle around him. Okay, so it's just... Sweet Spot is the first half of the move. Sour Spot is the later half of the move. Got it. So that's what he was talking about with the 2 different hitboxes. The Sweet Spot is a lot smaller, though, so that's something you got to keep in mind. -2 on shield is very good. Auto cancels on frames 1 through 9 and 40 onwards. Yeah, fair auto cancels very easily. No, we're not in bracket. I lost to a Steve. He was mining the walls off stage. It was awesome. Forward air is very good. Disjointed. Ooh, yeah, that's a pretty good disjoint. A little awkward to use with his jump, though. Auto cancels on full hop. That sounds about right. Does not auto cancel on short hop, though, for back air. I find interesting. Forward air auto cancels if you do a short hop fast fall. I think, but it won't come out. I lost to yeah, we lost to a planking Steve. Yes. It's awesome. Cool and based. To be honest, the planking wasn't even doing that much for him. I hit him every single time he went off stage and planked. But I just felt a little awkward with Greninja and ended up losing because of that. And I'm kind of sleepy. Upper's a weird one. Okay, so it's just at the top of his foot, really. I guess that makes sense why characters have fallen out of it for me. Those playstyles are too OP online. Yeah, it honestly, I feel like I could have beaten that Steve had I just not had been on day 2 Greninja. But it is what it is. Auto cancels on a full hop or full hop fast fall. That one gets the multiple hitboxes. No charge, 6 to 21, 10 frames of charge. Okay, so it goes a little bit further the more you charge it until you full charge it, in which case it actually loses a little distance. Wait, he has an intangible arm? Why does he randomly have an intangible arm? What? Look at that! Why? It's just randomly intangible for this frame? What? That's gotta be an oversight. Does it happen on this move too? No, just randomly gets a arm intangibility on full charge. That is such a niche little thing. Steve's never getting banned. I don't think he's fun to fight. I don't think he's fun to watch, but I don't think he's to the point of ban worthy. I feel like Bayo would have been much more ban worthy. I don't know what I expected from the water box. The game would be better off competitively without him. I agree with that. But yeah, I don't know. He randomly loses intangibility halfway through? What? Counters 8 through 34. Yeah, it's a pretty long-lasting counter. I've noticed that. Mainly because of Japan, it's impossible to ban him. I also am personally of the opinion that banning characters isn't the healthiest way to approach a metagame. It's better to have the metagame solidify, even if there are some characters that are better than others. I think enough characters in Ultimate are good enough that you can play who you want, and Steve is... The problem with Steve is more so in how he's designed, and it's like his design is kind of toxic. Not that I think he's unbeatable. I just think that he's just bad for viewership and bad for... Like, the optimal Steve is to run off stage and plank, like that last Steve I fought did. And that's annoying. Wednesday Wastic? Oh my god. I don't identify with that. But doing alright. I am feeling a little sick today. And so, and then I lost to a Steve. That's why we're complaining about Steve right now. So yeah. I mean, like Fox and Marth. Yeah, I mean, like the reason melee works is because the top tiers in that game are fun to fight and fun to watch. Bayonetta and Meta Knight, for all their flaws, they're fun to watch. Steve is not fun to watch, and I think that's a problem. That pivot grab's kind of good. Kind of, because it starts on frame 14. Man, 10 frame startup on your grab is really bad. He just doesn't have out of shield options. I don't find Melee Fox fun to fight at all. Oh, but he's so fun to combo. That's what makes Melee Fox fun to fight, is if you hit him, he should die. And if Fox hits you, you should die. So it's very... If you have your advantage state figured out, then you can fight Fox and have fun with it. He's a strong character, but he's very beatable. Just saw it. Nice. Yeah, 88. He's kind of on the lighter side. His gravity is really weird. Like, if you don't fast fall your fall speed, like, I don't know, he feels a little floaty for some reason. Great run speed. I wonder who is faster than him. I gotta look that up. Back air is your fastest out of shield, but your short hop goes so high you actually can't back air a lot of characters. I'm biased because I mean Jigs and Melee and Foxes are only losing matchup. Okay, well. Hey, at least you get up throw rest. I play Mewtwo, so I get all the losing matchups. But it's okay. I'll just win. Yeah, give me the stats. And then we're gonna look for Greninja. I don't have the best air acceleration. I mean, it's close up there. Airspeed, though, like Zero Suit, Wario, Lucario, Wolf, Chrom, Roy, Mewtwo, Jigglypuff, Yoshi. I'm surprised Mewtwo's airspeed is this good, actually. Although Kirkhuenly or Ult would be so much better if Villager was top 3. That's a take. I don't know how I feel about that. Greninja or Villager can be really obnoxious. The optimal way to play him is to not play the game. Yeah, kind of. Ball speed. Okay. Gravity. I didn't really... Wait, why does... His gravity is like me Brawler Fox level? Why does he feel floaty to me? Yeah, no, his jump height is very good. It's very nice. I didn't realize Rosalina and Luma was this high. Jump durations. Oh, short hop, short hop, fast fall, full hop, fast fall. 32, 49, 24, 35. Okay. Weight, he's around Young Link, Daisy, Isabelle range. Landing, I mean, it should be the same as everyone else. Yeah, 4 and 2. Walk speed. Pretty high up there. You can walk with this character, and I should. I think I should. Who is faster? So Zero Suit, Fox, Mithra, Sheik, Little Mac, Captain Falcon, Sonic. Yeah, I don't like any of these matchups for this reason, that Greninja's not as fast as them. Mewtwo right up there, right next to Greninja. Crazy. Charizard too? Wow. I didn't realize Charizard was this fast. Yeah, so it's like Charizard is decently close to Greninja, Ridley's close. Banjo's kind of fast. What? Doesn't have a good initial dash, so that's why he doesn't feel fast. Cloud, Roy, Chrom. Yeah, once you start getting down to, like, I want to say Marth, Lucina, that's when you really start, Bowser especially, that's when you start to really feel how fast Greninja is. Have you played against Bowser as Greninja yet? I don't think so. I imagine I just combo him like crazy and I don't let him play the game. Oh, 2-frame air dodge. You love to see that. Backwards roll. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna open up his frame data page and we're gonna go back to watching this.
Sorry spot Nair dash attack up smash. At 50, you can do sorry spot Nair into back air. At 100, you can do sorry spot Nair into up smash, which is a kill confirm. You have so much creativity with Nair, and it is amazing. Not to mention, this move is safe. A Greninja player.
What even was that combo, man? That matchup was like +3 for Greninja. Yeah. Greninja's got a weird matchup spread. I feel like he, on paper, should do better against a lot of characters, but in practice, it's kind of awkward. But maybe that's just because I still feel awkward with Greninja. I mean, I am not using Nair nearly as much as I should be, according to the Apple Lotion here.
Player from Kentucky by the name of Kira found out that against a majority of the cast, Nair can actually go unpunished. If you get a Nair on your opponent's shield and land just after the hitbox comes out, you'll see that it's actually -3 on shield. This means that your opponent can act 3 frames faster than you to get a punish. Due to the shield mechanics in Ultimate, the fastest options that can be performed out of shield are an aerial or an up B. When it comes to aerials out of shield, every character first enters a 3-frame jump squat before they can perform that aerial. Greninja's jab is frame 3, which means that if your opponent's aerial comes out any frame later than 3, you can beat it out entirely. Oh my god, why is this a thing? This also works with all up Bs frame 7 or later. If your opponent performs a frame 5 or 6 out of shield option, you'll have to shield or spot dodge it. Or, if you're a god against men, you can perform a frame perfect Shadow Sneak parry, and even avoid frame 4 out of shield options. This is insanely difficult to do, so I wouldn't recommend going for it, or you might just need a punish. You don't use Shadow Sneak in neutral though, so we'll talk about Shadow Sneak parries later. But yeah, essentially if your opponent doesn't have a frame 3 or faster out of shield option, you can avoid their punish. Game & Watch. You know when this won't work though? Parries. If you think that your opponent's gonna parry your Nair, you can go for a cross-up. You can even bait them to perform an out of shield option in the wrong direction and get a huge punish off of that. Some characters such as Rob actually have no good out of shield options from behind, so you can go for a cross-up more than landing in front of them and get away with it. Something else that's cool about Nair is that it lasts frames 12 through 19, meaning that you can use it as a really good lingering hitbox to reflect Gordos or catch a 2-frame or do whatever. Also, holy crap, that's disjointed. Greninja's Nair is so disjointed that it can even beat out Palutena's Nair while staying safe.
Okay, that I didn't know. The disjoint beating Palutena is kind of crazy. Mars would have a heart attack watching that combo. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with Greninja, but I also feel like Mars would see that combo and be like, it's fake. Because it kind of was versus the snake. Nair is pretty insane. It does so much for Greninja. I'm not using it enough, is what I'm coming to terms with. Like, why am I not nairing? This move is good. I need to use it more.
You can also space a Sour Spot Nair on your opponent's shield and shift back your hurt box with an option such as an F smash, F tilt, or down tilt to get a punish on your opponent's whiff. You know how Pikachu has some Nair loops? Yeah, Greninja's got those too. Against the following characters, if Greninja lands a Sour Spot Nair before these percents, he can put the opponent in a state known as no tumble. In this state, the opponent's gonna enter hit stun without being in tumble, and land before being able to jump out or air dodge or perform any other option. This makes him have so much landing lag that Greninja has enough time to hit another Sour Spot Nair, basically carrying them across the
I can see why the Bowser matchup is +3 for Greninja. I've been playing Palu a lot lately, and I'm starting to see why people say she's bad. She isn't, but I can see why people say that. Yeah, actually, Palutena was the first character I picked up after I dropped Captain Falcon. So my character crisis went like this before I started the series. Daisy, my main, Captain Falcon, my secondary. Drop Captain Falcon, pick up Palutena. I played her for a little while. I still like Palu. She's a solid character, but she's not broken. And then I dropped Palutena to play Marth, who I really liked, and I actually got like a top 5 PR win with my Marth, which felt really good. And then after that, I started Character Crisis, so I started doing really bad in tournaments again. But it's okay. But yeah, no, I like Palu. She's a cool character.
stage. So stuff like this is actually true. Because you're stilling your...
Okay. I feel like I should actually lap this. More so to get comfortable with my Nair. I'm actually just gonna go and lab this right now. Why not? Oh, hello. Watch, that much was enough for me to get copyrighted. I beat Golden PSI. He was, not great, my monitor's not working. He was a Wolf main. He plays a lot of Link now, though, so I don't know if he's, like, focusing more Link or Wolf. Alright, monitor. Please work this time. There we go.
Greninja. Bowser.
Okay, we're gonna set up Bowser over here. Put him at 54% like they did in the video. Turn off move scaling. Turn it on, rather. Okay. Okay, can't hit with the strong spot, need to hit with the sour spot. Okay, and then Apple Ocean did a down air drag down. Okay. I'm kind of seeing the vision. Hit with the sweet spot. This is a sour spot only combo. Not quite enough. I need to do the drag down off stage. Wasn't true, but I'm getting the idea of what I need to do. Yeah, no, that's how you do the actual combo. You gotta make him do the soft landing every time. And then you do the... Yeah, so... He's gotta do the non-tumble. I've definitely been hit by something like this before. That's funny. Ah, man. I don't know how to get the drag down into down tilt thing. Like, if I want to drag them off stage. Like, that wasn't true. I need to have the down tilt hit them while they're off stage. Okay. I feel satisfied with my training for now. Let's go back to the video.
Nair, whenever you do this, you'll actually be able to loop your opponent so many times in a row without sending them into temple. And if you don't want to go for a Nair loop, you have other options like, I don't know, Nair footstool down air, throwback anyone, and that's about all I've got for neutral air. See, I told you this guide would be in depth. Alright, let's get into forward air. This move's a really good disjoint for Greninja that can be safe on shield if you space it just right. And it's only -6 on shield, so you have enough time to reset neutral, pressure your opponent's set of shield options, or do whatever really. At early percents, this move doesn't have too much knockback, but high hit stun, so you can combo off of it in the same way you would combo off of Nair. You would want to go for a fair instead of a Nair when you want to be safer on shield or just get a bit more damage. At mid percents, this move gets too much knockback to combo, but you can put your opponent off stage with it in order to get an edge guard. At higher percents, this move will land you a kill. Alright, so that's a basic overview of forward air. Now how the hell do you land this move? It's so difficult! If I had to tell you how many times people ask this question in the Greninja Discord, oh my god, it's ridiculous. So here's the scoop for landing forward air just right. You cannot buffer forward air. It won't hit any character other than really doing the tall taunt thing. So instead, what you want to do is short hop, input the forward air, and then fast fall in that order.
What's up, Yosh? I mean, it's going alright. I went 1-2 in my tournament today. I lost to a Jigglypuff, which, honestly, Jigglypuff player was just really good, and I didn't know what I was doing in that matchup. Then I beat a Joker player 2-1, so I lost a game, and I think it's because I just kept dash attacking a lot and started using dash attack in neutral. And then I lost to a Steve who was planking off stage. Overall, though, I feel like what's up, Mario Studio? Who do I main? That's the great question, isn't it? I'm doing a YouTube series called Character Crisis where I'm trying to main everybody. So today it's Greninja. Next week it could be someone else. So yeah. I feel like the things with Greninja that I'm struggling with right now are just like he feels a little awkward to move around with still. And so I would like throw out moves and I'd get got it, or like I'd try to throw out a move and it wouldn't come out, or I'd get stuck on a platform or someone like that. I kind of need someone for your tourney. my tourney. I don't have any tourneys going on right now. Oh, because of my title of the stream. I was playing Greninja today. The tournament I entered, I've lost. So. Oh, so you can get your tourney started? Do Greninja and Ridley, they're cool. I like both these characters. But yeah, so I don't know. I also wasn't using Nair as much as I should have, apparently. Nair on Greninja is really good. It is not something I was using that much. So, yeah. I picked up Greninja for a bit, but it's like a completely different playstyle from what I'm used to playing. So it's so fun once you get the hang of it, though. No, like when Greninja is working, I'm really enjoying it. So yeah. Reward is $100. Well, someone else is getting that reward, not me. I'm not good enough to win tournaments at this point in time. One of these days, but not today.
If you do it with the right timing, you shouldn't be missing any forward airs. There are some matchups where Greninja literally depends on forward air. The first three that come into mind are Ness, Lucas, and Game & Watch. You have to be really good at using forward air going into these matchups. So, how do we practice? The way that I personally practice using forward air is I go into training mode, spawn in a Ness, and set him to about 20%. From here you can turn on set damage so that even after you hit him with a forward air, he'll still be at 20%. And from here you can just chain forward airs over and over. If you
Thank you. I am muted. We're in the training mode part of Character Crisis, and Appalachian has been very helpful so far. Is it not fixed now? It should be fixed. I honestly wished every character had a guy like him. He's been very informative, very helpful. Stale moves. No, I need... What am I looking for? Fixed damage. There we go. This is gonna take a minute. I want to get him all the way to the right side of the stage, and then I'm going to turn around and try to get him all the way to the left. I'm just doing this consistently, no mess ups. I remember doing short hop, float, and air practice like this back in the day. It's a really good way to practice. Okay, not quite. That was better. That was better. It'll take you less time than to learn bomb loops with Link. I still haven't mastered bomb loops. I learned bomb recovery and was satisfied with my bomb journey as Link. I need to sit down and practice properly soon, maybe this weekend. So much cool tech, so little time. Real. This isn't even cool tech. This is just learning how to hit people with your forward air, which, again, with Greninja is actually really important. Because, like, it's so easy for the move to not come out. And then you're just kind of left there as the sitting duck. But it's a really important move to hit. I tend to just sit and go, oh, combo, cool, and forget the important basics I need to learn in a character. Yeah, honestly, me too. I need to be more diligent when I'm learning characters to do basic drills like this. Like, if I'm struggling to hit someone with my forward air, I should do a drill where I just try to hit someone with forward air over and over again. Teaching me the timing really well, though. I'm also trying to get, like, fastballs in there, too. I don't even know what the fundies are. Fundies are just, like, how well can you move and play the game. I think that's what fundies is. And if you're making mistakes like misinputting, your attacks aren't coming out, you're not getting your combo, like, as much damage on your combos as you could be getting, that's a sign that you need to work on your fundies. Damn. Kinda got close there. Okay, let's turn him around. Always remember to do your training from both sides, chat. Okay, one more time back. Alright. Oh, no, this isn't true. This is just, I set him to fixed damage 15%, so that way I could just lab out the timing of, like, when to throw out the forward air. But I felt like that was helpful. I felt like that was really helpful.
If you want to be an expert at this, what you can do is spawn in a Kirby, set him to control, and get another controller to hold down. From here, you have to time your forward air to hit a crouch Kirby, which is really hard. But if you can carry him across the stage, I think you're like PGR automatically. Alright, that's to get the timing of forward air. How about the spacing? Luckily, Pokedude came in clutch for us once again. In the Greninja training drills, there's an exercise called the Bomb Bomb Slice. What you do is you spawn in a Bomb Bomb and hit it just right with a forward air so that you explode it without taking damage yourself. I know it's a lot of practice, but this move is so important to Greninja's kit.
Muted. We'll try this one. the Bob-omb Slice. I love the naming of it. This is a really clever one. I love training mode stuff that is like this. Ooh, first try. Beginner's luck, it looks like. Okay. Technical issues galore. It's awesome. Yeah, this one's hard. Because you gotta get the timing correct, too. There we go. I got it that time. I mean, I'll take getting it first try, because then it tells me that I'm doing something right, and I don't need to adjust my technique as much. If I am trying to do something and I keep getting it wrong a lot, that's a sign to me that I need to adjust my technique. And that's the problem. Dang. It's a little hard, it's a little hard. I'm not fast falling, that's why it wasn't coming out. Okay, I think I got a sense of it now.
You don't believe me? Oh god, what do I have? What cool tech? Fair footstool, that's a thing. Just like the no tumble combos off of Nair, Greninja can potentially get a lot of stuff off of forward air. We haven't found too much use from this because the trip from down air is pretty much...
Training's going well. He showed me a drill where you set Ness at like 15% and then set it to fixed damage so it stays at 15%, and then you just try to fair him across the stage and back. And it was really good at getting me to like learn the timings to like throw a short hop forward air. And then he also had one which I really liked where you... Here, I'll just rewind it.
You don't believe me? Oh god, what do I have? What cool...
You try to space yourself so that way you hit the Bob-omb, but you don't blow yourself up. That one's a cool one too.
Tech. Fair footstool, that's a thing. Just like the no tumble combos off of Nair, Greninja can potentially get a lot of stuff off of forward air. We haven't found too much use from this because the trip from down air is pretty much RNG, but it's pretty cool, I guess. You really, I can't stress this enough, want to practice every scenario in which you're going to be using forward air. So yes, just like we trained against Ness, you're going to want to be able to do forward airs. Run off Battlefield platform forward air, run off Smashville platform forward air. You want to be able to do forward airs in every scenario. But one of the most important...
Man, it's funny to me seeing Send rock the best Ness tag. I haven't seen that tag in years. Send is from Utah, so that's why, and then Stroder's from Arizona, so that's why we're getting those clips. But I do find it funny that I like know one of the guys in that clip. I don't know. I imagine that the spacing with Bob-ombs, to get off the keyboard, cat. I imagine that you could probably apply the Bob-omb spacing technique to a lot more characters than just Greninja. No, I am not muted. I don't think. It says that I am talking. Why do you have to rest your neck folds on my keyboard, cat? You know what? You're... Here. You could rest on my lap. He's gonna move in like 2 minutes. But yeah, no, I'm learning a lot from this. And I definitely want to apply something, a sub-goal of, like, Character Crisis is to, like, take the knowledge that other people learned from learning how to play their mains, and then apply that knowledge to all the characters. So that way, because, like, people who don't play Greninja probably didn't know you about the Bob-omb slice technique. And I like that, and I think that's a really cool way to practice, and so I want to see how I can apply that to other characters as well.
Forward airs to get in the habit of doing is full hop forward air after a down tilt. There have been a ton of situations in which I wasn't able to get a kill because I buffered a short hop forward air instead of doing a full hop. Don't let this happen to you and try to get the muscle memory you need to get that full hop every time. Here's another really tricky scenario that forward air got itself in. So dash attack forward air is an actual kill confirm, but the quickest frame that you can full hop forward air without buffering a short hop forward air on is frame 5. So to counter this, us Greninjas have invented a tech called instant double jumping. So essentially what you do is you jump, and while you're in jump squat, you hold down your jump button so that way you buffer a double jump immediately. From here, you can buffer the forward air with either the C stick or holding forward in A.
IDJ double jump after a dash attack makes a lot of sense. I am actually gonna go and lab this. Wait, short hop fair just works on Ness. I need my combo counter back. Turn on still moves. Yeah, that's just true. Okay, that's funny. We need to have him at higher percent if I want to practice a full hop fair. And then... Okay, so that's too high of percent, so we're going to try 120. It's hard for me to tell if, like, I'm actually getting a true combo here. Okay, I don't know, but we'll just keep that in mind for the future.
If everything goes accordingly, your forward air should come out on frame 4 instead of frame 5. If you want to test this out and see if you got the timing right, you can try it against a Charizard in training mode set to 130%. If you got the timing right, the combo meter should read true, otherwise you gotta try it again. Alright, last thing about forward air. A lot of aerials in Smash have something called an auto cancel window. This is the period of the move where you can land with relatively low landing lag. Compared to all of his other aerials, Greninja's forward air has the largest auto cancel window. This is useful if you're in tumble and want to land without teching or
this is something I've already started implementing. Like runoff battlefield platform forward air auto cancels, which is very good for baiting people. So it's already something that I've already started working into my game plan. Auto canceling in general is something I want to work on more this year.
performing another option. You want to make sure that you auto-cancel by inputting the forward air just before you land. If you input it too late, you'll take the regular landing lag of the move. And it also makes Greninja look really cool when he's jumping around the stage with a giant water blade. Down tilt is like a frame 5 combo starter for Greninja. At early percents, you can't get much off of it but jabs, but you can get a ton at later percents. If you do connect the down tilt at early percents though, you can read your opponent's option and potentially cover it. At mid percents, you can get a down tilt attack cancel back air against the entire roster. And at higher percents, you can get Greninja's staple kill confirm, down tilt up smash. And don't blink her, the percents 3, 2, 1, go! I'm just kidding, they're gonna be in the description if you need them.
Here we go. Alright, so against the really lightweights, we're looking at... Oh my god, that did not work. As low as 69% versus Pichu. Nice. Uh, 77% against Game & Watch is very good. Hate that character. Although it's a little tough to get a down tilt on Game & Watch, I have to admit. 72 on Puff. Wish I had known that when I was fighting Puff earlier today. 80% versus Fox. It's a weird range for a lot of different characters. Like, there's some characters that have kill confirms like on the cast that are roughly the same across the entire cast. But with Greninja, it varies as much as 69 to 116. So that's interesting knowledge. I would say roughly the percent that I want to start looking for it is around 90%. 90% will cover most characters in the game. If I want to kill slightly heavier characters, start looking at like 95 to 100. Okay. Also, I need to follow this guy.
Once this confirm stops working, you can go for down tilt short hop fair, or full hop fair if the percent's too high. And at really high percents, you can combo a down tilt into a full hop up air for a kill. Because down tilt is such a fast move and it has so much combo ability, it works really well out of a parry. So if your opponent tries to hit your shield at down tilt up smash percent, that's a free stock. Also, remember how we talked about jab being able to beat out a ton of out of shield options? If you notice that your opponent likes going for grab out of shield, down tilt is guaranteed against the entire roster. If they do go for an aerial though, they'll short hop over the down tilt, so you want to go for jab in this scenario. Alright, let's talk about one of my favorite confirms, down tilt F smash. This confirm will kill people ridiculously early, but the only way that you can connect it is if your opponent is off stage when you connect the down tilt. So a few ways to set this up are from a fast fall up air, a down tilt that 2 frames to your opponent, or my personal favorite, dash locking them off the stage into a down tilt F smash. I don't plan on touching on jab lock.
That's really cool, actually. Will not use charged F smash on Greninja's shield. Yes, don't be like Pit. Don't be like the CPU Pit. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to set this up. Low percents. I don't know what to do to make the nest go into tumble. Not what I wanted. That's my favorite kill confirm, along with angled up angled counter into up air. Ooh, that is a cool one. That is a cool one. I haven't been using all the counter angles. I've just been doing very basic stuff with it so far. Yeah, not what I wanted. Also, the nest should probably be a higher percent. So let's put him at 50. Nice, got it. That's a cool one. I like the jab lock into push them off stage, down tilt, get them. I do want to learn more about the drag down up airs, because like it's cool. I'm just not sure how to get them off stage with it consistently.
In this episode because they're so complicated, but definitely stay tuned and we'll go over all the possible confirms from dash locking. If you down tilt your opponent towards a platform during a certain percentage window, they'll be forced to tech. From here, you can jump into the platform and use a shadow sneak. If you release the analog stick after you input the shadow sneak, the move's auto detection property will detect which way the opponent teched.
Finally, a use for Shadow Sneak. I have not been very impressed with that move so far, but using it to auto-detect your opponent is pretty cool.
And hit them. So if you down tilt your opponent from center battlefield onto a lower platform, and they choose any option that's not teching in, you can get a kill off of the Shadow Sneak tech chase. Alright, let me tell you about Water Shuriken. Water Shuriken is actually a really good projectile and it's underappreciated by a lot of Greninjas. The projectile is so fast that it basically teleports across the stage when uncharged. Without any charge at all, the projectile will do 3.7 damage unstale. If your opponent's under down tilt up smash percent, you can hit them with a few shurikens and then get the confirm after. Something great about the speed of the shurikens is that it'll pester anyone that's trying to charge up any specials or attacks. If you see a cloud charging his limit across the stage, you can essentially just press the B button and make him stop. In some matchups, it's really beneficial to have the opponent approach Greninja instead of vice versa. So while DK is trying to run up to you to get that grab, you can just pester him with all these water shurikens. And if he starts shielding them, you can mix up your timing with the various charges of the shuriken for more damage. If your opponent's too close to you though, you'll get punished for the water shuriken. So a good rule of thumb is to have at least a smashable length platform between you and your opponent before you release the shuriken. You can incorporate a ton of good movement using wave bounces, C bounces, and even B reverses to get that gap between you and your opponent. Let's talk about the different timings of shurikens. So the medium charge shuriken
Don't remind me of Steve Square.
aren't the most useful, but they do have combo potential. If you somehow manage to connect a medium charged shuriken while next to your opponent, you can combo into a down tilt or dash attack. The medium charged shurikens also do have enough knockback to kill someone that's really close to the blast zones. And if you hit your opponent into tumble with one of these medium shurikens, there's a chance that they'll opt to tech instead of jumping or performing an aerial. From here, you can read the option and cover it. Alright, the big boy, fully charged water shuriken. This water shuriken without a doubt has the most combo potential. The amount of damage you can get off of a combo from fully charged water shuriken is crazy. A combo that should work on every character at 0 from fully charged water shuriken is the water shuriken, nair, up smash. But there are character specific combos that you can use to maximize your damage output. It's really hard to connect a fully charged water shuriken if you're not incorporating good movement. Try doing it from full hop, incorporating some B reverses so that way you can land in front of your opponent with it and get all the hits to connect. Oh yeah, because we have to try to get the hits to connect. If your opponent is standing too close to you whenever you release a shuriken, it'll whiff, causing only the first few hitboxes to connect. But if your opponent tries to shield the fully charged water shuriken, they'll actually be stuck in shield long enough for you to maneuver around them. And guess what? If they parry, you have even more time to move around. You've probably noticed that fully charged water shuriken has a lot of knockback. If you catch your opponent while they're recovering with this move, you can take a stock from them. If you land a fully charged water shuriken on an opponent that's at high percent on stage, you can potentially follow up with a shadow sneak for a kill. Despite Greninja not getting too many shield break opportunities, this is his best shield break punish. Sometimes if you throw
I've never considered what my shield break punish as Greninja might be, but fully charged Shuriken into Shadow Sneak is an option. I wouldn't say it's a good option, but I guess it works.
A fully charged water shuriken onto a wall or a slant, you'll get just the final hitbox. From here, it's possible to
Legalize Yoshi's, dang it. Legalize Hazards On! I'm so sick of playing Hazards Off rule sets. Anyways.
connect a forward air or an up air. It's not the most common thing in the world, but it's definitely something to look out for. No, 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 no! Now, let's go back to weak shurikens real quick. If you get your opponent off stage, you can lob a few shurikens at them to try to catch their double jump. If you catch it, then they're really limited as to how they can recover. If you knock your opponent off stage, you can chase after them and turn around with a water shuriken, giving yourself access to a back air for edge guarding. They might not expect the back air because you were just facing them ready to do a forward air a second ago. Against an opponent that's trying to reflect shurikens towards you, you can actually jump over the shurikens if they're reflected from far away. Or if they're not weak shurikens, you can just jump over them entirely. So fully charged water shuriken is a valid option that you can use in matchups against characters with reflectors, as long as you maintain that distance and get ready to jump over it. While we're on the topic of reflectors, here's some really interesting knowledge about Greninja's shuriken. Way back in the days of Pokemon X and Y, water shuriken was a physical move. This property was maintained in Greninja whenever he was added to Smash. So water shuriken isn't an energy projectile that characters can absorb. Alright, so we covered shuriken and neutral and advantage. Let's go ahead and knock out disadvantage. If you shoot a shuriken out while airborne, you'll notice that Greninja hops a little bit. We can use this to completely throw our opponents off guard and disadvantage. If they're juggling us with an option such as an up tilt, we can stall our fall by throwing out a shuriken, waiting out that up tilt, and then falling and punishing with an option such as a nair. This is one of Greninja's best tools in disadvantage, but it should be reserved as a mix-up. If you get knocked off stage and notice your opponent charging an option such as a smash attack on ledge, you can just throw shuriken at them and interrupt them. And if you're trying to recover towards the ledge, you can completely shift your momentum with shuriken by B-reversing and throwing your opponent off. But yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good move. I know I didn't mention Hydro Pump in the 4 main moves that you should use in neutral, but the amount of utility provided by this move is insane. So grab some popcorn, take a bathroom break, or do whatever you need to really, because Hydro Pump is going to take a while to talk about.
I do like Hydro Pump. I think it's such a cool move, and seeing his movement drills with it right now, it's getting me excited. But I think I am going to take his advice. I have some popcorn, and I do need to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna hit the be right back screen for a bit, and then when we're back, we're gonna learn all about Hydro Pump. I'm gonna learn how to do some ledge canceling with it. Ooh, I'm very excited for that. I'll be back in a minute, chat. Okay, I am back, and instead of popcorn, one of my roommates was making a whole ass meal. So yeah, I got the asparagus, which I love the ghost asparagus. Thank you, green screen behind me. Pork chop, which weirdly enough, the pork chop said to cook it in the plastic it came in. I have never heard of that before, but I mean, it looks like it turned out pretty good. And then mashed potatoes. So yeah, I definitely got something much better than popcorn. Let me tell you, chat. But yeah, now we're gonna learn more about Hydro Pump. One of Greninja's best moves, a hot take indeed. I gotta learn a lot. Now I'm watching Apple Ocean right now. Let's give Greninja blocks. Yes! Because Greninja can't mine off stage like a certain Steve I fought today. It's worse than Mario's Flood and Water Gun as like a water option, but it is a movement option, and that makes it cool. Love me some microplastic infused pork. I said basically the same thing. So yeah, interesting world we live in.
On first glance, Hydro Pump doesn't look really useful. It comes out on frame 19 and only really pushes the opponent. If your opponent is trying to chase you down in neutral, you can use Hydro Pump to put some distance between you and them really quickly. Not only will this do a bit of damage to your opponent, but it will unstale your moves as well. So if you're tossing out a bunch of forward airs against your opponent and want to use it as a kill move, you can toss out a Hydro Pump to unstale your forward air by 1. This will give it more knockback and damage so that you can potentially get a kill when you normally wouldn't. The move has 4 different hitboxes that come out, each doing 2.4 damage when unstale. Unfortunately, you can't unstale 4 different moves by connecting all 4 hitboxes. Regardless of the number of hitboxes you connect with Hydro Pump, you'll only move the stale counter by 1. If you manage to land a Hydro Pump against an...
He wasn't kidding when he said how in-depth this guy would be. The fact that he's going into the application of Hydro Pump as a unstaling move is very funny to me.
Opponent that's airborne, they'll actually take a lot more pushback than if they were grounded. For whatever reason, Hydro Pump will always send an airborne opponent up, so you can potentially use this move to juggle an opponent from a distance. Or if you're just juggling an opponent, you can shoot a Hydro Pump at them and maybe catch their landing option to go in for a punish. Everyone knows about how Mario's left
I gotta rewind that. That's funny as
catch their
hell.
landing option to go in for a punish.
That's so funny. That is a really good clip. I enjoyed that a lot.
Everyone knows about how Mario's left to do up airs into up B. A lot of Greninja players do the same to tack on a bit more percent after their combos. You don't really risk much by going for this Hydro Pump, so you can get a bit extra percent if you really feel like it. If your opponent really likes throwing around items, you can Hydro Pump their item completely off stage. Remember how I talked about Hydro Pump setting up for whatever reason? Yeah, we're gonna use that real quick. If your opponent jumps and gets hit by Hydro Pump at the same time, they'll actually go flying upwards.
Dude, I almost feel bad for Bowser. Almost. I'll feel bad when I'm playing Bowser, but we're not there yet.
You can use this to catch them off guard whenever they go for an aerial and neutral, and potentially punish them. Or, you can completely kill your opponent off the top blast zone. If you notice that your opponent has a jumping habit, you can go for an up throw and predict them to jump, shoot a Hydro Pump at them, and roof them off the top. In order to...
That is smart. That is genuinely very, very smart application of the move. And it's also very funny. Windbox shenanigans with bike is funny. You can sometimes clunk a Wario with his bike as pit by throwing it up and using Orbitars to launch it. Yeah. Yeah, no, I hope I get a kill with Hydro Pump, actually. This is proving to be very fun. And this is my pork. This is my plastic-infused pork chop.
To get this pump to actually connect, I really recommend pumping towards them and then switching directions. If you just shoot a pump at them without switching directions, it'll miss most times. So that you can potentially get a kill when you normally wouldn't. The move has 4 different hitboxes that come out, each doing 2.4 damage.
That was my keyboard cat. chat.
If you just shoot a pump at them without switching directions, it'll miss most times. This is also a hilariously effective option against characters that like to recover extremely high. I'm not sure why, but there does seem to be a minimum percent that your opponent needs to be at in order for Hydro Pump to roof them. So by now you probably know that you can gimp an opponent off stage with a Hydro Pump. But did you know that you can gimp them while they're on stage? A Greninja player by the name of Tracking found out that if these characters use certain attacks on stage, you can actually Hydro Pump them off the stage, putting them into freefall. I've personally never been able to do this in a match, but if you notice a Link doing an up B on stage near the ledge, hey, take it, it's free stock. Alright, let's go back to gimping an opponent off stage real quick. Certain characters can't snap the ledge during their up B. Instead of trying to do some really fancy Hydro Pump aiming stuff, you can just pump horizontally past the ledge and kill them.
I wish I knew this when I was fighting Little Max yesterday, because I was fighting so many Little Max. Cats already have an unhealthy appetite for plastic, and now you've combined it with meat. I know, right?
Against other characters, you have to get kind of precise. If you Hydro Pump diagonally just past the ledge, you can catch these characters during the recovery and get a punish. Against other characters, it's really hard to get a Hydro Pump in this fashion. If you're fighting a character with a teleport recovery, you can shoot a Hydro Pump at them and throw off their trajectory. If you're fighting a character that likes to recover low, you can shoot a Hydro Pump down at them past ledge in order to push them off track. Hydro Pump them on the left side of their body, they'll go to the right, and if you Hydro Pump them on the right side of their body, they'll go to the left. You know what all 5-year-olds love? Bubbles! If you Hydro Pump into the stage, Greninja will shoot out a bubble that contains a small wind box that can push the opponent. This can be really useful when you don't want to go across the stage with a Hydro Pump. You can also use these same bubbles to juggle your opponents from a distance. Alright, let's talk about Hydro Pump ledge cancels. Unfortunately, Hydro Pump ledge cancels are really tricky to get the hang of, but there are consistent setups. They really showcase themselves, so here you go.
I gave him some of the microplastic pork. I don't know if I should have. He was just begging the entire time, but oh well.
There is something to be said about Hydro Trumps. Because Greninja moves so fast during the Hydro Pump animation, your opponent might not expect you to get a ledge trump. I haven't found too much use of this, and it's really tricky to get, but it's definitely something. Greninja's disadvantage.
I just want to learn it because it looks cool. Obligatory bully Little Mac tech, as it should be. If I've learned anything about cats, it's that reinforcing their bad behavior is a good idea. I know. I at the very least made him wait. I'm just trying to justify it. I shouldn't have given him the meat, but whatever. I like feeding him a little bit of my food during meals. Don't do the Hydro Pump ledge trump, but it's so cool.
State isn't the best in the world, but Hydro Pump does have its uses in it. If you're getting juggled by an opponent, you can essentially just Hydro Pump away towards ledge. If they don't expect this, you can put yourself at ledge for free. Another mix-up you can do is Hydro Pumping in one direction and doing what I call a Dua Lipa.
Did a full 180.
You might throw your opponent off with your amazing singing skills, and oh my god, this is so dumb. If your opponent runs in the direction you initially Hydro Pumped, you can essentially land on the other side of the stage for free. If you're at ledge, there's even more Hydro Pump usage. If your opponent's just standing there menacingly, you can release a ledge and double jump, then Hydro Pump away from the stage and back towards it to push your opponent off the ledge. If your opponent's playing a character that likes to spam aerials at ledge, you can send them flying away because Hydro Pump has that extra pushback on airborne opponents. The next time you're at ledge, they might try to predict this and put themselves in shield. This can limit their options for ledge trapping, so you can really get around them from here. They can't really punish the ledge Dua Lipa if they don't have a reflector, so feel free to abuse it. Oh yeah, we use this move to recover. Because Hydro Pump has so much range, Greninja can afford to go a lot deeper than other characters. If you're trying to recover with a move, you can choose to either pump in one direction or combine two directions. Opting the Hydro Pump in two directions keeps you less predictable and open to punishes. So the best angles to recover at are the L, the V, and the less than greater than. Yeah, I don't see a problem with recovering.
Doing that sucks. At least you can jump out of it. That is like one of the good things about it.
Alright, so you head bonked. It's a thing! I know, it sucks. But there's a secret technique passed down by Greninja mains from Smash 4 to those of Ultimate that'll prevent you from SDing. The secret technique is... hold in! If you hold any other direction but in, say goodbye to your stock, you're not making it back. If you hold in and do it properly, you'll actually snap back to ledge after a head bonk. You can even hold in and buffer an air dodge in order to tech onto the stage with a roll. Before you go off tweeting to Sakurai that head bonking with Greninja is awful and should be patched in 8.0, here's a few important things. So head bonking is activated whenever Greninja Hydro Pumps in any direction not vertical and hits a wall. But guess what? It's not free fall, so you have access to all of your moves other than Hydro Pump. So potentially, if you forget the ancient Greninja tech, you can double jump and air dodge back up to ledge. Alright, how can we abuse this? Whenever Greninja headbonks, he pops up a little bit first. On stages such as Town and Kalos, you can actually bonk onto the platforms next to ledge. One, you're not stuck at
That's honestly really cool. Being able to bonk up to the platform.
ledge, and two, you'll land with pretty much nil unleg. If you're creative enough, Greninja can do some insane recoveries with headbonks. This is a picture of Greninja's ledge grab range from up B. What looks wrong with it? Yeah, his whole upper body is missing. This means that you don't even need to hit a 2-frame to kill Greninja when he's recovering. So to get around this, we can cancel our up B animation with a head bonk and get a better ledge grab range. If you head bonk into the stage, you'll notice that Greninja shifts his hurt box. You can take advantage of this to get around 2-framing options such as Ness's yo-yo. And just like that,
That is very cool tech. It feels hard, but it looks cool.
we've made it to the end of the video. This is only the first part of an I don't know how many part series, but if you enjoyed it, please let me know in the comments. Oh my god, so much effort has gone into this video. I forwarded it to at least 10 different people asking for revisions, and they've all been super helpful. So if you're one of those people, thank you so much for helping me make this guide as perfect as possible. If you have any questions regarding the topics covered in the
Let's watch the second one. Tadpole to Toad.
Alright, so it's currently the day after I uploaded the first episode of the Greninja guide, and after the video being up for just 12 hours, there's been so much positive feedback on it that it's amazing. It seems that literally everyone learned something about Greninja in that video, which is awesome considering that this game has been out for almost a year and a half now. This just goes to show the amount of depth that Greninja has as a character. So in part 1 we covered an entire 5 moves over the course of 30 minutes. Yeah, let's try to go for 6 in this part. Today we're going to be going over Greninja's advantage state, which is when he's the strongest. So now that we know the timing from part 1, let's short hop fastball forward right into the video. Oh god, that was bad. Starting off with jab. Yes, I know I literally just said that we're going to focus on his advantage state, but I'm in a time crunch. I want to get at least 6 moves in this video. So Greninja's jab isn't necessarily a move you want to use in advantage state unless you're jab locking your opponent.
I have to agree. Substitute being a theme for a counter is brilliant, honestly. And they said the Library of Alexandria was destroyed. Yeah, well, not for Greninja mains, fortunately.
But it's a really good get off me tool that you can use to put yourself in advantage state. If you jab your opponent at low to medium percents and land a gentleman, you can force a tech chase scenario. Remember how we talked about how fast Greninja is in part 1? He's actually so fast that he can potentially cover all of your opponent's tech options. If you want to read where your opponent's going to end up, you can go for a nair, dash attack, down tilt, or forward air. Or if you don't want to predict and just get damage, you can charge a shuriken and after your opponent techs, release it to hit them. Alright, so Gentleman gives us all of these opportunities to get more damage from tech chases. Why would you ever want to go for a multi-jab? I honestly ask myself this question all the time. So multi-jabs are a really big commitment, meaning that if you miss your opponent or if they fall out of it, you can eat a punish. But they do give you more damage than just a Gentleman. If you multi-jab your opponent while they're really close to the ledge, you can manage to get more hits in than if they weren't. This is actually really useful for when better Greninja over here turns into a ghost type. If the enemy Joker has Arsene, you can go for multi-jabs while they're in the corner.
Better Greninja is such a funny way to put it. Ugh. Better Greninja, better Sheik, better character.
To drain their meter. Even if you eat a slight punish for it, it can be a lot better than dying to back air at 50. The one character you don't want to go for multi-jabs against is Bowser. His tough guy mechanic makes it so that he doesn't even.
And you say Bowser is bad. He is. But like, rapid jabs not working on him is very annoying.
Flinch whenever you hit him with the rapid jabs. In part 1, we talked about how jab is a frame 3 option that can beat your opponents out of shield options. Greninja is a fast faller, which means that he can be really prone to getting comboed. A lot of characters like Fox or Toon Link really like spamming up tilts against Greninja because he'll fall right back into them. If you see the window of opportunity, you can just go for a jab in this position. Because it's a
Tough guy is super overblown. It truthfully is. I think that tough guy on his tilts are really good. Those stop a lot of attacks. But yeah, overall, I have to agree. Getting myself all nice and comfy with my blankie here. Better Greninja, better Sheik, Papa John's.
frame 3 option, you can potentially jab right out of the combo. This can be a better option than tossing up your shield because Greninja's out of shield options are some of the worst in the game. His most reliable out of shield option is jab, and that doesn't even come out until frame 14. Yeah, it really hurt just to say that. Alright, that's everything about jab done. Now can we get into Advantage State? No, we still have F-tilt to cover. Where would you be without F-tilt? Like jab, F-tilt is a real.
I like using Greninja's F-tilt like I would use ZSS F-tilt, which is to say you do a run-up pivot F-tilt to control space. And so it's a really solid move in that regard where you just kind of it's better than dash attack in a lot of scenarios. I mean, the fact that Greninja has a much better dash attack than ZSS is a large reason why ZSS needs to rely on pivot F-tilt so much, but same concept still applies.
Really good get off me tool in Greninja's kit. You can angle F-tilt up or down, but if you're trying to use it in a get off me way, the regular F-tilt gives you the most range. At higher percents, instead of committing for a laggy smash attack, you can actually kill with F-tilt. In this situation, the up and downward angled F-tilts have more knockback than the horizontal one. If you manage to connect an angled F-tilt at early percents, you can force a tech chase from your opponent. Unlike after hitting your opponent with a Gentleman, you have enough time to get a jab lock after an F-tilt. Alright, please remember before I get into dash attack, I said this in part 1 already, but don't spam it in neutral. That's not what it's used for. So a recap of when to go for dash attack. If your opponent commits to a laggy option, that's when you do it. Use it as a punish tool and not as a crutch in neutral. If you force a tech chase on your opponent, dash attack is a really quick burst option that Greninja can use to punish them. If you connect dash attack, you get a bunch of combos. At early percents, you can do dash attack into up smash. At percents later than this, dash attack up smash won't connect anymore. So you can go for a dash attack up air or a dash attack RAR back air. The timing for back air is a little bit tight, so you want to go into training mode and really grind out this combo. But if you do land it, you can connect another back air at early percents guaranteed. If you manage to hit your opponent off stage with this, you can go for a shadow sneak to kill them if they choose the wrong option. You really put yourself in disadvantage if you miss though, so use it sparingly.
At even later percents, you can do dash attack forward air guaranteed. Remember that sometimes you have to instant double jump to get this forward air to connect. If dash attack forward air isn't a kill confirm yet, you can read your opponent's option and still land a kill. Dash attack sends at an angle that's really convenient for tech chases on platforms. From here, you can cover their options with moves such as up smash or nair. Greninja actually has a really good kill confirm at around 70% against these characters. If you have enough space after landing a dash attack, you can go for a fast fall up air. Against characters not on this list, you'll have to go for a jab lock or a tech chase because they fall so fast that they can hit the ground. If you're fighting a character that is on this list, you can go for a down tilt up smash that works as a kill confirm. I know, it's really unfortunate that we can't connect it against certain characters, but there is an even deadlier combo that works on a majority of the roster. After dash attack, we can do a fast fall up air. If your opponent lands just past the lip of the stage, you can go for a down tilt F smash that works as a kill confirm. Even if this doesn't kill your opponent, they'll be off stage in a position for you to...
Yeah, so the way he's getting the up airs to work here is he's using the momentum and then canceling the move by hitting the ground to then pull the character off stage. That's what I've been lacking, I guess.
Works as a kill confirm. Even if this doesn't kill your opponent, they'll be off stage in a position for you to edge guard them. If you have good enough timing, you can get a guaranteed dash attack against a landing opponent. This is because every character has a first enter landing lag. If your opponent tries landing with an aerial, you can stay out of its range and punish it right after. But if they land into shield, you don't want to dash attack them, right? Right? No, what are you doing? I told you not to dash attack on shield! Okay, despite dash attack not being safe on shield, you can get a cross up with it. A Greninja player from New York by the name of Professor MGW did a ton of research around this. So here's the rundown. You would expect to be able to cross up your opponent's shield if you input dash attack while running into it. Dash attack on shield cross up is extremely character dependent. Hey, look at me, I'm touching Captain Falcon's shield and dash attacking. I can't cross him up, right? No, there's a bunch of characters like this. You have to actually time dash attack just right so that you can cross up their shield. Again, this is extremely character dependent.
Yeah, honestly, this has been a really fun guide to watch. Like, it's well made, it's entertaining. I'm learning a lot, and yeah, it is very authentic. How is he doing these cross-up dash attacks, though? I gotta know.
If you want to see MGW's research, check it out below.
I guess I'm looking it up online. Okay.
And obviously yo, what's good? It's your boy Professor MGW here with a quick video for Greninja. And this is about dash attack cross up on shield. So if you already didn't know, in this game Greninja can cross up shields with dash attack. You know, that's pretty dope. The first thing that you might be thinking is, well, what other factors in this game would prevent him from being able to do that? And I can tell you right now, things like your shield's health or their shield's health, percentage, your percentage, their percentage, whether or not it's on a platform, those things do not affect it. The only thing is that it's really just character dependent, to be honest, and whether or not you can cross up from in front or behind is character dependent. That's like the main thing you need to consider. So if you look at Samus, for example, you can't cross up from in front, but you can cross up from behind. Some characters...
Dude, I hate body blocking. I wish it wasn't in this game. Being able to run through characters, like, if you're running at someone and you run past them, even if they're just standing there, that's because you're raw. That's because you have a bigger brain than them, and no, I can get out of the corner by just running past you. But then body blocking was introduced, and I hate it.
You can cross up from in front and behind. Some characters you can't do it at all. The only universal rule to this is if they're at the edge here, you can always cross up. Bop, bop, bop. get off the stage. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And in the comments, because I'm posting this on Twitter, in the comments I'm going to post a list of every character and whether or not you can cross up from the front or if you can cross up from behind. And obviously you already know Smash, there's always like some kind of inconsistency with something.
Okay. Behind, neither. Front and behind, behind. Both can't cross up twice from front. What does that mean? A lot of them are interesting. So, generally speaking, you can only cross up characters from behind for the most part. Sometimes both sides if they're skinny, like Zero Suit and Marth. Neither if they're fat. Only attack with any move than dash attack. What's that mean? But also, crossing them up from behind is worse for you. Because most of the time you would want to, like, cross up from the front of their shield to behind them. I don't know. How does it work versus Joker? I don't know. Wait till he comes out. Man. Why am I getting pinged? It's just a announcement for another tournament. Maybe I'll enter it. Okay, back to the video.
Alright, now we can get into the moves that Greninja wants to toss out in advantage. Starting with up tilt. This move is insanely disjointed for no reason. Don't believe me? Check out this clip. Yeah, Greninja can beat out landing sword arrows with his tongue. Can we talk about how little sense this makes, by the way? You would imagine that Greninja actually flinches whenever he gets his tongue chopped off by a sword. Hell, I'm pretty sure I've bitten my own tongue before and almost died. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that this move is really disjointed and you can beat out a bunch of attacks. Against slow followers, Greninja has some crazy up tilt combos he can land. But these up tilt combos are really hard to get and depend more so on fast slow up air than up tilt. So we're gonna hold off on them. Alright, here's...
Surely that combo versus Isabelle is not true. Surely they can just SDI out of it. Like, please don't tell me somebody's been hit by that before.
Here's another use for up tilt. Have you ever started a Nair combo and not had the space to finish it up with a dash attack? You can flip that combo from horizontal to vertical just by holding up and pressing A after the Nair. From here you can go for an up smash or an up air. And hey, look at that, we started to juggle. Let's say you got a juggle going from up tilt and your opponent decided to land and shield. And because you're a good Greninja player, you're not going to dash attack their shield. So what do? You can go for a grab! Oh my god, Greninja has a grab? Yes, Greninja does have a grab. Use it! It's not the fastest in the world coming out on frame 10, but it does have a ton of range. Alright, what can we get from grab? If you press up after grabbing your opponent, you'll input an up throw. This is probably our most used...
Why did he show a grab release killing a cloud? Which, by the way, very funny way to use the grab release. But, like, what do we get out of grab? Grab release does nothing. He dies anyways.
And it can put our opponent right back up into juggle position. From early to mid percents, you can get an up throw up air guaranteed. And at high percents, we have a really solid kill mix-up. If your opponent's scared of up air, there's a chance that they might go for a directional air dodge. If you see this, start charging Shadow Sneak in their direction and release it whenever you hit the ground. Most of the time this will connect because Greninja is such a fast faller that he'll hit the ground before the opponent. And because the period that you're stuck in directional air dodge is determined by the distance you fall and not the time, boom, that's a free stock. Up throw is...
That's honestly a really cool thing to do. Just up throw, up air, and then Shadow Sneak is really easy but good tech. I like that. I want to find more ways to use Shadow Sneak because I hate using a character and only using some of their moves. I want to use all of their moves even if some of their moves are bad.
Is also a kill throw. If for some reason your opponent's at 200% and isn't in Bowser, you can kill them easy. If you grab them and they're not quite at up throw kill percent, you can get a few pummels. Considering that your opponent probably isn't a Tazbot that can make 60 inputs a second, you can usually get 2 guaranteed pummels to get that extra percent for up throw to kill. Wait, what was that ancient Greninja tech from part 1?
Hold in.
Yes, that does apply here. Proper DI for Greninja's up throw is in, not out. There are tons of players, even at the top level, that refuse to DI in for no reason.
Well, I wouldn't have thought that either. Like, I would have just tried to... Ouchie, my ears. I know, right? The moves aren't bad, they're niche. Yeah. I would imagine that holdout is the correct DI, but it's good to know that it's DI in kind of like ZSS up throw. You want to DI behind Greninja's head.
And remember, if you jump out, we will roof you. Alright, what percent does up throw kill at? To figure this out, you can write a Python script that uses Rubin's smash calculator and the bisection method to determine the instant that the XPath for KO is on the screen. Or you could just go to the description and see the chart I made. Alright, sweet, that's up throw all done. Now what if I told you Greninja had a forward and a back throw? On the topic of kill throws, let's go to F throw. If your opponent's right at ledge, this will kill a little bit before up throw. And the animation for F throw is super fast, meaning that if you grab your opponent, you might not even want to pummel because they won't have time to react. Alright, what about back throw? Don't expect to be Ness with this back throw, it will not kill. I've literally played in sudden death against opponents at 300% and not gotten a...
Roofing the opponent is so hard, I don't think I've ever gotten it successfully. Well, that's good to know. I mean, because it's got to be a combination of factors. You gotta up throw them when they're at, like, already a pretty high percent, and then they have to jump for you to kill them. Which, if they're already thrown up so high from your up throw, why would they mash jump there? It doesn't make sense. So yeah, I can see why it hasn't really worked for you. But yeah, we will roof you is quite the saying.
Kill off with back throw. So what is it used for? Well, if you grab your opponent and they're not quite at up throw kill percent, back throw is Greninja's most damaging throw. And you can potentially back throw your opponent for positioning if you want to go for an edge guard, which also works with forward throw, by the way. Alright, down throw.
I actually want to test something. I want to see what percent back throw throws people onto platforms. Because that was something I did a lot when I played Ridley, where I would back throw people onto platforms, and it was very, very useful. Or I guess Ridley would down throw people onto platforms, a little bit different. Actually, I'm gonna go to Hollow Bastion so that way the CPU spawns below the platform instead of on the platform, and then I have to fight the CPU to get it off the platform. Smash Ultimate Training Mode, baby! Because, like, I think back throw into a tech chase onto a platform is actually pretty viable. Too low percent. Let's do 50%. Yeah, that works. You just kind of, you do throw them kind of far. I know there's like the tech where you shadow sneak inside the platform, which is kind of cool. Yeah, because then you end up landing on the platform no matter what. Okay. I mean, around mid-percent, you can back them onto platforms, which is marginally helpful.
It was super, super tricky. There's a lot of misconception in the Greninja community about the confirms that you can get off the down throw. But I'm gonna tell you right now, the only confirm that you can guarantee get against every character from down throw is a jab. But why? I thought down throw dash attack was true. 2 words for you. No tumble. A little while back, a Greninja player by the name of Kike asked me to do research on Greninja's down throw. He said that against certain characters, Greninja's down throw pops the opponent up without giving them a chance to jump out. This is where he first discovered no tumble. So against these characters and below these percents, you can get a down throw no tumble window. At 0%, we don't have enough frame advantage from down throw to connect a dash attack against any of the characters, so I recommend going for a jab. After that, it's all free. Alright, that's just down.
Little Caesars is clutch. You know that meme where it's like, Little Caesars tastes so good when you ain't got a bitch in your ear telling you it's bad? I love that meme because I grew up on Little Caesars. It's not the best pizza, but pizza is pizza. And, like, sometimes Little Caesars hits the spot. So, yeah, got to give it up to cheap fast food, especially in this economy.
Throw at early percents versus these characters. What else is there? At mid percents, if you want to combo your opponent horizontally and not vertically, you can go for a down throw, attack, cancel, back air. This works for a really long while against the entire cast. You can also pop your opponent off the ledge to go for an edge guard. At higher percents, we don't really have a confirm to go for off of down throw, but it does set up really nicely for kills. Because your opponent's expecting an F throw.
Yeah, Little Caesars is definitely much better fresh than refrigerated. I mean, that's true of any pizza. But, I mean, I got an air fryer. I just pop that pizza in the air fryer, put some Valentina's hot sauce on top, and it's as good as when it was fresh, honestly. Dip the pizza in crazy bread in the cheesy jalapeno sauce. I've never gotten the cheesy jalapeno sauce, actually. Sounds good, though. I would like it.
These percents, they might try to DI in. If they do so, you can go for a forward air. Or if they choose another option, you can just cover that one. Alright, great. We got all of the throws out of the way. Now let's go back to grab. So remember how Melee Marth could grab you from another setup? Yeah, Greninja can do that too with his pivot grab. Look at that range. If your opponent is landing with an aerial, you can outrange it with a pivot grab. So much for attack beating grab, right? If your opponent's on ledge, you can potentially cover normal get up attack, and roll all with a pivot grab. You have to get just the right spacing to do it though, so dashing back and pivot grabbing might not be the optimal play. If you enter this Konami code...
Okay. Pivot grab covering 3 get-up options is actually crazy. Don't think I've had Little Caesars before. Don't know if they're common here or not. I imagine Little Caesars is not common in across the pond. It feels very American.
Into your GameCube controller, you'll do something called an instant pivot grab. From here, Greninja will do a 360 and pivot grab on spot. This is pretty tricky to get the hang of, so really grind it out in training mode as well. Oh my god, pivot grab's amazing. What's dash grab like?
Don't ever, for any reason, do anything to anyone, for any reason, ever, no matter what.
I'm not even kidding you when I say dash grab is probably Greninja's worst move.
No!
This move has so much startup and so little range that I don't see any reason you would ever want to go for it. And this is coming from the guy that made footstools viable in Ultimate again. So instead, you want to perform something called a dash cancel grab. So what you can do is dash towards your opponent and then release the analog stick or hold down on it, then input grab. From here, Greninja will magically come...
You gotta be careful with this, though, because you can accidentally input the late... I think we call it a boost grab, or basically what you do is you dash forward, and then at the end of your skid animation, you then input a grab, and then your character will do your dash grab animation, which works well for some characters. It does not work well for Greninja. That is a really bad dash grab.
To a halt in a split second and do a standing grab. Always, 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 always go for this instead of dash grab.
This is no joke my 3rd time trying to record the audio for back air because my microphone decided to start hating me all of a sudden. So I hope you guys appreciate me for this. Anyways, in part 1 I really glossed over this move, and that's because there's so much to it that 30-minute video would have probably no joke turned into a 45-minute one. So let's try to knock it out. While I talk about edge guarding with back air, I'm going to be playing this one clip because it's pretty much a back air tutorial. So we know that back air is a great tool for edge guarding, and we also know that Greninja has an amazing recovery. So if we combine the two, we can see that Greninja can go super deep compared to other characters and she's out of stock. So if you're fighting a character that doesn't have as good of a recovery as Greninja, you can basically go as deep as you want and get a back air guaranteed. Is the clip done yet? Well anyways, you get my point. Back air is also a great move to be tossing around in neutral.
If your opponent likes approaching with aerials, you can just hit them right back with a back air. If you land a back air at early percents, you can force a tech chase from your opponent. From here, you can go for a jab lock or cover their options with a dash attack. Against floatier characters, you can true combo a dash attack from the back air. Speaking of tech chases, if you force your opponent to tech on a
Oh yeah, do not make the pilgrimage to Little Caesars. It's not worth it. And my experience with the UK, I don't think your Little Caesars is gonna taste the same as the US version. I tried having chips and salsa there once. SMH, man. What are they doing over there? What are y'all doing with your food? Some of it was good. I like the pies that I had while I was there. But come on.
platform, you can get some crazy back air strings going. Yes, I know that clip was recorded on an iPhone, but it highlights my point so well. Back air also has a real clip was platform, you can get some crazy back air strings going. Yes, I know that clip was recorded on an iPhone, but it highlights my point so well. Back air also has a real
Dude, the fries and the ketchup in the UK is unlike ketchup in the US. Like, the ketchup in the UK is just tomato sauce. I'm not even kidding. It is just tomato paste. Whereas ketchup in America is, I mean, I'm not saying it's better. I like it better, personally. I think it tastes better. But it's like a bunch of hydrogenated oils. It's got probably GMOs up the wazoo. It's so artificial flavored, or so artificial it's hardly tomatoes anymore. But I don't know, I prefer it over tomato paste with my fries. They put vinegar on fries. I can actually get behind that. Potatoes go well with a lot of things. I've been having chili fries a lot lately. What's wrong with vinegar on chips? See, like, yeah, vinegar flavored potato chips are actually some of my favorite. I can get behind vinegar.
long lingering hitbox, so if your opponent's at ledge, you can cover a ton of options with it. Alright, let's go back to edge guarding for a minute.
I do think there's this one meme where let me see if I can go find it. Beans Mexican, beans UK. Is this not real? I'm sorry. I love Mexican food. It's my favorite. But yeah. Wonder how these regional preferences started. Was it just one guy that put vinegar on fries and everyone was like, yeah, all right, cool. I mean, I feel like that's a big part of it. Also, the thing about, like, the UK compared to America, this is a very big cultural difference. But, like, in the UK, you go from, like, one town to another, you're getting full-on accent changes. Like, people have very distinct accents just from, like, how from where they are in the UK to one another, and it's just like one town over. Whereas in America, you can go we have regional accents and dialects and stuff like that for sure, but the country is just artificially smaller culturally because a lot of Americans' cultural movements happened during the time period when we had cars, and so and then, like, mass communication like radio and stuff. And so American culture is a lot more homogenized compared to the UK. I'm not too keen on beans either, but I don't get why everyone treats beans on toast as a slam dunk. That's like literally nothing else in the cupboard food. I'm glad you understand. I'm glad you feel that way, Square. My opinion of you has gone up. I will say, though, beans on french fries, aka chili fries, not bad. I've been doing that recently, and it's been pretty good.
So if you back your opponent towards the stage, you can get a stage spike. Because the move has 3 hits instead of just 1, the timing the tech can be a little bit tricky. Remember how I talked about the move's lingering hitbox like 10 seconds ago? Well, you can actually 2-frame really easily with back air. If your opponent has a teleport recovery, yeah, 2-framing is pretty hard. So instead what you can do is whenever they up B, run off the ledge and input a back air. The move stays out for so long that it will technically 2-frame your opponent and get a stage spike. But don't expect it to be untechable anytime soon. For some reason, even Puff can still tech back air at 200%. Alright, so this next part is going to be some ancient Appalachian Twitter tech. If you hit your opponent with a teleport recovery off the stage, go ahead and grab ledge. If they try up beam back to the stage, fast wall from the ledge, jump into the stage, and go for a back air. This will technically 2-frame your opponent back off the stage. And because your opponent doesn't get their double jump back in this game, that's a stock. Alright, let's talk about Greninja's little feet. That did not come out right at all. So if you're going to stage spike your opponent, you can actually trade back air with their up B. This means that only the first 2 hitboxes will connect and they are semi-spike hitboxes. So if your opponent tries to tech the 3rd hit of back air, they might just air dodge it into their own stock. These 2 tiny little hits of back air also give us crazy good frame advantage. So you can land combos like back air 1 down tilt up smash for a kill. At later percents, the back air 1 will send your opponent a little bit too high to connect the down tilt, so you can just go for an F smash from here. Back air 2 doesn't have as good frame advantage as back air 1, but it does send your opponents into the ground instead of up. So you can get back air 2 down tilt combos for longer than back air 1. If you want to check out your back air frame advantage, here you go!
Yeah, thank you for dropping by the stream today, Square. Starting earlier definitely works better for you. But yeah, have a good night. I think it's an American thing to think Brits think that that's the pinnacle of culinary art. I don't know. I'm going with Square on this one. If Square says that's everyone thinks it's slam dunk, I think Square would know better than us. But yeah, it's definitely beans on toast is definitely something that gets memed on a lot. Back air 1 into down tilt is kind of cool. I like that one.
Go, check that out. Ever hear the saying thick thighs save lives? No? Me neither. So instead of saving lives, let's end some. If you connect with Greninja's thigh on the 1st or 2nd hit of...
What did I just listen? What did I just hear? Thick thighs save lives? No, let's end lives with our thick thighs. That's wild, man.
Back air, you'll do set knockback. So if your opponent's at 0%, they'll take the same knockback as if they were at 900%. This doesn't come up very often at all, unless you're going for a cross-up with back air. But against fast wallers, you can force a tech chase. We also have some really interesting combos that we can get off of the thigh hit of back air.
Oh, okay, I see. Americans treating it. Okay. It is an American treating. I see. Yeah, I mean, it's what people meme on, but yeah, end lives with their thick thighs. Dude, what the heck? What the helly?
If you ever get a thigh hit of back air when edge guarding your opponent, it seems really likely that you can true combo into another back air. The biggest use I personally have of thigh hit back air is for stage spiking. If you jump into your opponent's up B as you hit them with a back air, you can stage spike them with a thigh hitbox. And because they're waiting for the 3rd hit of back air, they might not even hit that tech. This is honestly a mix-up for even me, the Greninja player, because I don't know when I'll get it. I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the move coming out frame 5. Wait, this move's frame 5? That's an out of shield option, right? No, we don't have out of shield options, and it's awful, I know. If you input a rising back air, only the first 2 hits will connect and you can't get anything off of them. So only use this if it Ridley's pressuring your shield with a down taunt. Wait. Going on to Shadow Sneak. This move is really weird. Really weird. So whenever you charge up Shadow Sneak, you won't have any mobility at all, really. But if you manage to hit a Shadow Sneak, holy crap, this move does damage. I honestly don't know what was going on in the developer's mind whenever they decided to make Shadow Sneak such a strong move, because let me give you a rundown of some Pokemon stats real quick. So Greninja is a special attacker, which means that his special...
Okay, when I was doing my labbing with Greninja earlier, I was like, why would I ever Shadow Sneak when Jab deals as much damage as it does? But I guess I was wrong about how strong it is. Also, a lot of the times that he's going for Shadow Sneak is when they're already in the Blast Zone. which makes the move kill much earlier. So I guess that's fair.
Moves will do more damage than his physical moves. Shadow Sneak is a physical move and is a ghost type move at base 40 power. You know what's a special water move that gives Greninja the same type attack bonus of 50%? Hydro Pump. Why does Hydro Pump do 700 times less knockback than Shadow Sneak? Also, Sakurai, if by the grace of God you're watching this video, Shadow Sneak is a priority move, which means that this makes sense. Can we please bring it back, please? Alright, someone complained that I didn't have enough Pokemon statistics in part 1, so hopefully that did it. Alright, so Shadow Sneak takes forever and a half to come out. But whenever you do hit it, that's a stock really early. So if you get a read against your opponent, that's when you want to Shadow Sneak. Don't do it in neutral. This is an awful tool to do. Someone sent me a replay once and was just Shadow Sneaking over and over and asking for feedback. Don't do that! Alright, how else can we use Shadow Sneak apart from getting a punish and cheese? Don't do that! Someone sent me a replay once and was just Shadow Sneaking over and over and asking for feedback. Don't do that! Alright, how else can we use Shadow Sneak apart from getting a punish and cheesing out some stocks? I'm glad you asked. So sometimes Greninja...
Typhi, did you by any chance send a VOD review to Appalachian asking him, what can I do better, and the entire time you were just spamming Shadow Sneak? Is that the case? Nah, that's funny. I didn't realize Shadow Sneak killed this early. I mean, it's kind of a hard read option, but like here against the Ivysaur, doing it near the ledge. Actually, let me pull up the hitbox for it. Shadow Sneak. I want to see the hitbox. Okay, so kind of big. This is the one I was thinking of more. Yeah, doing it forward, you just kind of have like a big hitbox in front of you. Maybe I could just for the memes. I'm going to be sending him my VODs here soon. Like, when I end my stream, I'm going to give him my timestamps and say, hey, here's when I played in the tournament. What are your thoughts? So, that'll be fun to have him go over it with me. And then I'm planning on having him do a voiceover section in the Character Crisis video when we get to it.
Feedback. Don't do that! Alright, how else can we use Shadow Sneak apart from getting a punish and cheesing out some stocks? I'm glad you asked. So sometimes Greninja doesn't have the recovery needed from just Hydro Pump to get back to the stage. What you can do is charge up a Shadow Sneak and then Hydro Pump afterwards to extend his recovery. You can abuse this to go super low compared to other players. If you're ever being edge guarded, you can Shadow Sneak your opponent right off ledge. This is a mix-up. Mix-up as a not standard. Don't do it all the time, please! Okay, now let's go on to the most whack tech that you'll ever see in Ultimate. Shadow Sneak parries. Oh boy. So Greninja is the only character that can do a non-up special out of shield without first having to drop his shield. The quickest frame that any other character in the game can parry on is frame 4. Greninja can completely cancel his shield animation with Shadow Sneak and parry on frame 1! Yes, 1! We are number 1, that one. So if you...
What is this? I feel like I'm learning some like secret dark tech here, but tell me more.
You hold down your shield button and input a Shadow Sneak, you'll parry on frame 1. And because you're already holding your shield button, you can just mash B and parry infinitely. This tech is extremely niche to pull off, so I only have one use for it. If you neutral get up from the ledge and go right into shield, there's normally a 1 frame window that your opponent can hit you with an attack. But guess what? This is shield. We don't like that. So instead you can do a neutral get up into a Shadow Sneak parry and parry frame 1. So if your opponent decides not to grab or be a god with his hitboxes, you can get a Shadow Sneak parry into down tilt from ledge. Remember how I said we lose all of our mobility whenever we Shadow Sneak? I lied. Whenever you use Shadow Sneak, you do have access to your jump, double jump, and wall cling. This gives you access to tons of crazy mix-ups. One of these mix-ups is from a wall cling. If you...
Okay. This is the way to use side B, in my opinion. Wall cling, charge side B, go on like wall jump, and then do it. That is smart. I like that. I didn't know you could do that.
Start charging your Shadow Sneak and then cling onto the wall, you'll still keep your Shadow Sneak charge. From here, you can jump to stage height, release your Shadow Sneak, and go the distance that you charged. Another really interesting thing about Shadow Sneak is that whenever you use it on a flat stage, you'll only ever go to ledge if you charge it all the way. For some reason on stages with slants, you'll go right past the ledge off stage. And the final thing about Shadow Sneak is that you can do it out of a taunt. I'd say we have enough time to go over smash attacks. Alright, let's go in order from least complex to the most. So down smash is Greninja's fastest smash attack coming out on frame 11. It's pretty fast, but it's also pretty weak. If you land the first 2 hits of backer and don't have enough frame advantage for F smash to come out, you can go for a down smash. If you force a tech chase on your opponent in the corner or on a platform, down smash can cover every single one of their options. Down smash is also one of our best tools for 2-framing. But don't make this mistake. A lot of Greninja players try to go for down smash 2 frames while running up right next to the ledge and wonder why they missed it. And this is because down smash has an actually reasonable hitbox. So tell me, is your hand touching their hand here? If not, yeah, that's probably not a 2-frame. So you have to position down smash just right so that you can actually hit them on ledge. A good setup for this.
Yeah, because the down smash, he didn't linger too much on this, but I did notice this while I was going through. If you want to 2-frame people with it, he's right. Your hand can't be touching their hands. Because you need the hitbox that goes below the stage.
This is Hydro Pumping diagonally into the stage. From here, you should have just the right space in the 2-frame. Another surprising 2-framing option is F Smash. It really doesn't look like it at all, but this hitbox is massive. We've already talked about how deadly of a confirmed down tilt into F Smash is, but we haven't talked about Nair into F Smash. No, not that one. I'm talking about Sour Spot Nair Stutter Step F Smash. The timing for landing this is a little bit tricky, but if you get it, holy crap, this can kill early. If you go for a Sour Spot Nair F Smash, the F Smash will whiff, so we have to do something called a Stutter Step. If you're using Tilt Stick, which you should be with Greninja, you'll have to turn on AB Smash for this. So the inputs are pretty simple, you just gotta get used to the timing. So after landing the Sour Spot Nair, you want to initiate a dash, then press A and B at the same time. If you did it right, you should get a Stutter Step F.
This is making me want to turn on A and B Smash, actually. This is useful. It's very similar to like how you would use pivot tilts. No, I might actually be changing my controls to include A and B Smash, and I might just learn how to stutter step in general, not just for Greninja. I think this could be very useful tech for a lot of characters.
Smash and connect it true. This confirm has a really tight window that it works in, but if you get a kill at 50, hey, it's worth it. If you've ever gotten a down tilt up smash, you know how ridiculously good this move is. But like most of Greninja's moves, it's also ridiculously weird.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
If your opponent's standing on a platform, the
App smash. True.
smash will only sweet spot on maybe 2 stages, Battlefield and PS2. On any other stage, only the sweet spot will connect and your opponent won't get launched. However, some characters do have privilege against our up smash. If you ever try up smashing a Link or Ganon at high percent on a Battlefield platform, they'll pop right out. And against Joker and Captain Falcon, if you up smash them from behind, they'll pop out as well. If you ever up smash an airborne opponent above a platform, they do have a small window to tech out of the first hit. But for some reason, on stages that don't allow up smash the sweet spot, if your opponent's lying down or in the teching animation, you can get the sweet spot to connect. Yeah, don't ask me why. Despite what a lot of people might say on commentary, up smash cannot cover every option from a tech chase on a platform. So instead, you want to charge up smash and cover the direction you think your opponent's going to tech in. Alright, let me tell you some BS about up smash real quick. Sometimes Greninja thinks he's Miley Cyrus and can throw his hands up, play his song, Let the Butterflies Fly Away, and he'll trade with up smash. From here, only the first hitbox will connect and your opponent won't go anywhere but spiked into the ground. Always expect this to happen and go for a jab lock afterwards. Since your opponent probably isn't trying to tech off of the top blast zone, they're really likely to miss a tech here. And now instead of doing an up smash, we go for F smash, which actually works. So this is the mindset to always be in whenever you go for an up smash. But be careful if you're doing it on a...
I love that the mindset for Greninja up smash is always expect it to not work. And be ready for when it doesn't work. And if you are ready for when it doesn't work, then you can punish your opponent for it. That's so funny, man. I think if you have stick sensitivity set to high, you can do a mini stutter step if you press A quickly enough. Yeah, I have it set to just normal, I think. Expect it to not work. Poor Greninja, man.
Stage slants.
And, he thinks Ken is the best at the moment.
Oh my god, no fucking Light. I'm sorry, but...
Have you actually labbed that before?
Yes.
Have you labbed that?
Have a good night, Yosh.
Hey, you made it to the end of the video. Yes, I know, we really focused on Greninja's advantage and didn't even touch up air. And that's because, drumroll please, Part 3 is going to be the long-awaited jab lock episode. So yes, everything from jab locking to dash locking to footstools is going to be covered in Part 3. I also wanted to take this chance in the end of the video to say, wow, you guys are amazing. I've gotten so much support from you all recently. Wow. If you did so much as leave a like or a comment on Part 1 saying that you enjoyed it. What? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm honored to make this content for you guys. I've actually been really blowing up in the Smash scene lately. I have top Greninjas around the world following me.
Yeah, he made a good guide. He gets a like here. I think we're gonna watch the final guide, the in-depth guide. Is there anything else? He has a 4.5. Oh, he has the advanced hydro pump ledge guide. Oh baby. I might watch both of these. I don't know. It's weird watching old Apple Ocean videos when he didn't have a fan base. I mean, I relate to that. Like, I have a thing in one of my videos where it was like, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and it showed that I had less than 1,000 subs, which I think is kind of cute. I like looking back on that. How many is he at now? 10.2k? Nice. Yeah, so jab locks and footstools, part 4 movement. Honestly, I do need to watch this today. So I guess we're watching 3 more videos. In-depth Greninja Guide 3, 4, and 4.5, because I really want to know how to do the advanced hydro pump ledge canceling stuff. Am I gonna be good at it? No. Do I care? Also, no. I want to learn it. He has a whole guide just on substitute. Wait. I don't know if I'll watch that today. But yeah. What else does he have in here? He did make this video recently. Yeah. Okay, let's watch this one.
Oi gente, como vai? Bem-vindo a uma nova parte de como jogar Greninja em Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Сегодня мы будем говорить о жаблоке, потому что это супер важная топика.
How did I get the French video? Is this the joke? Is the joke that it's French?
Diálogo Greninja. Yo sé lo que estás pensando. Apple Ocean, ¿por qué estás hablando en 3 idiomas diferentes? Estás pasando ya subtitles, way. So if you don't speak English, there's a pretty good chance that I got subtitles covered for you. But if you do speak English, don't worry about it. The rest of this video is going to be in English, so you don't have to worry about me speaking Chinese all of a sudden. But yeah, let's check out the subtitles and let's get to it. Alright, I'm back in the recording studio. Let me give you some tips about using up air. Starting off with how the game actually intended for us to use it. In part 2, we talked about how Greninja loves to get some juggles going. If your opponent's up in the air, you use up air. How convenient is that, dude? But unlike Greninja's tongue, his feet are not disjointed, so all of those sword aerials will beat you out. So if your opponent's landing with an aerial, remember from part 2, you want to go for an up tilt or a pivot grab. No, not again! If you ever land this move, you'll notice that's pretty weak and hard to kill with. So instead of looking like post-patch Smash 4 Diddy, you can jump into your opponents as you hit them with a multi-hit and carry them into the top blast zone. Against smaller characters, there is a chance that they'll fall out because Greninja is a great character, and against bigger characters, it's not as likely to happen. If you're playing on a stage with platforms, up air can combo into itself really well. And one last thing about up air before we get into the really cool stuff, Greninja's up air hitbox is actually super skinny. A lot of Greninja players see this and think that's a bad thing, but it's actually super useful against Snake. Snake is notorious for being able to pull out a frame 1 grenade and beat out multi-hits, but because of up air's very skinny hitbox, you can actually just drag him during the move and not even detonate the grenade. And with that said, it's time for the moment you've been waiting for! Duh.
Is that one of the reasons why Snake players say that it's a bad matchup for them? I can see it. I fought a Snake and it actually felt pretty good on my side.
Fast fall up air! So if you just press down after like hitting an up air, you can do a fast fall up air, and yeah, I guess you can get some pretty cool stuff off of it. Alright, fast fall up air is crazy good, and I'm pretty sure that no one intended for it to be this good. So how does it work? A lot of people really get confused by the timing of fast fall up air. What you have to do is fast fall before the final hitbox of up air comes out. So that means that you have up air hits 1 through 5 to work with in order to get this fast fall. And my final tip for being able to do a fast fall up air, don't do it out of a buffered short hop. This won't work 98% of the time. So you want to short hop, wait, input the up air, and then fast fall in that order.
Okay, that makes sense. I've been trying to do it off of buffers. Delay the fast fall. Yeah, don't buffer the up air and delay the fast fall between hits 1 through 5. Got it. This commentary is S tier. It's fun. This is just a fun video. I'm enjoying watching these guides. Normally I get bored of watching guides and go back to playing the game, but this is keeping my attention.
Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. But you don't always want to go for a short hop fast fall up air. You can do it out of a full hop, so get the timing down. For practicing fast fall up air from a short hop, you can spawn in different characters in training mode, set them to jump, and just practice on them. For full hop fast fall up air, you want to practice on Falco set to jump. Alright, what can we get from fast fall up air? At early percents, I got 2 words for you. No tumble. So up air won't send your opponent into tumble at early percents, meaning that you can get combos such as a fast fall up air dash attack up smash. Wait a minute, that combo starts from up air. Doesn't that sound a little bit weird? Alright, we got some setups. So we have a ton of ways to set up for a fast fall up air. Moves such as nair, dash attack, up tilt, up throw, fully charged water shuriken, and if you're good enough, down tilt. Yes, down tilt. If you manage to down tilt your opponent at medium percents near the edge of the platform or the stage, you can combo.
This combo is like the whole reason I want to learn Greninja.
Water shuriken, and if you're good enough, down tilt. Yes, down tilt.
Specifically the drag down up air, down tilt into drag down up air, jab lock into, yeah. This is like, I think it's so sick, and I want to hit somebody with it before I'm done maining Greninja.
If you manage to down tilt your opponent at medium percents near the edge of the platform or the stage, you can combo into a fast fall up air. Alright, throwback to Greninja Guide Part 1 movement. If you force a tech chase on your opponent onto a platform at medium percents, you can wave land onto that platform, react to their option, and down tilt fast fall up air. But from here, we won't be able to say those 2 words together because the opponent will be in tumble. Oh my god, they're in tumble, what can we do? So if your opponent misses the tech, you can go for a jab lock. From the jab lock, we have a 20 frame window that we can act. The most common options that we go for out of a jab lock are a down tilt, dash attack, or F smash depending on the scenario. Alright, let's say we got a fast fall up here on our opponent and they did tech. What can we do? Greninja is crazy good at tech chases. If you run into another person in ultimate, you won't go right through them and you'll push them instead. Hey, let's abuse this. If we dash forward and go for a down tilt, we can cover options such as tech, no tech, and tech away. From here, you can get our famous "it doesn't matter" combo. The only option that won't be covered by this is a tech in, but you can just turn around and down tilt in that direction if you're predicting it. Let's say you think your opponent's going to miss the tech, but you're not quite sure. What can we do? Instead of going for a dash forward down tilt, you can go for a dash forward jab. This will cover those same 3 options and give you a jab lock if they miss that tech. Against certain characters that don't hit the ground very fast or have a long teching animation, you can go for a jab after the fast stall up air. If they miss the tech, you can get a jab lock. But if they do hit that tech, you have enough time to react and go for another dash attack to reset the situation.
I am actually opening up my notepad right now to take some notes on this. Because I need to work on my DDD video. Okay.
And remember from part 2, if you force a tech in the corner, down smash can cover all of their options. Great! Let's go back to stuff using specifically fast wall up air. If you manage to connect a fast wall up air against an opponent that's off stage, you can combo it into a back air. From here, they might miss that tech and get stage spike. Put up a lotion, I don't want to get a stage spike. Alright, fine, how about this? We know that dash attack fast wall up air down tilt up smash is a kill confirm, but if you don't have the space to go for the down tilt afterwards, here's what you can do. Instead of doing a regular fast wall up air, do a raw fast wall up air. From here, you can true combo into that back air and send your opponent off stage towards the blast zone. In part 2, I talked about how tricky up tilt fast wall up air combos are, so let's get into it. Against floatier characters, you can get what I call a Grinfinite. So you can actually combo from a fast wall up air into another up tilt and reset that loop over and over. The timing is a little strict, but remember, you don't want to buffer that fast wall up air. Hey, check out this chart by Nate Dogg. This tells you the characters that you can get a down tilt after a fast wall up air against. Why would I want to go for a down tilt when I could just do a Grinfinite? Well, you're not going to want to Grinfinite your opponent up to 400%, right? Throw back to this chart. If you see the down tilt up smash window come up, you can just do it right out of the Grinfinite.
Honestly, I'm gonna go over back to Smash now, and I'm gonna practice the Grinfinite. Because I feel like that's a really good way for me to learn how to do the drag down up airs. Yeah, because, like, this is the big thing I need to learn right now, is the fastball. I didn't get a fastball in there. Okay. I'm not true with it yet. The down tilt up smash is true. That part was true, yeah. Alright. What percent does Nest die at? Hold up. Oh, he'll die there. Yeah, right now I'm mostly doing this not because I think I'm going to be grink-finitting anybody, but I just want to learn when I can go for the up air drag down. Okay. Like if I get up tilt, drag down, I'm gonna try to do here. We'll increase this percent a little bit. We're gonna try to do up tilt, drag down into down tilt off stage. This is around 85. Makes sense. I think in order to get it, I gotta... Well, first of all, he needs to be a little closer to the ledge. But... I need to do diagonal fastball down. Not quite. How do you get him off stage? How do you get him off stage with the drag down? Oh, there we go. That's a little hard to get. There we go. Forward momentum before the fastball. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, right idea, wrong spacing. I do want to try out the... Let's see. The Shadow Sneak Step, but I think that only works on Kalos. Right idea, wrong percent. So we'll set him at 60. Yeah, that would have been it if I down tilted instead. Decided to make a pizza since we were talking about Little Caesars. That's awesome. Pizza's great. Didn't do my forward momentum. That was it. I messed something up. Nice! The hard part is getting the forward momentum without falling off the stage yourself. Kind of works. Wait, just a tad before down tilting? Got it. Is Ness just hard to get with the F smash? Ah, he's just floating right above it. Okay, I put a little bit of charge in it, waited for him to drop back down. It's not true at this percent, but it is cool to be hitting the drag down stuff.
If you see your opponent just chilling on a platform, you can force a tech chase with fastball up air and get an up smash. Something else that you can use fastball up air for is getting off the ledge. No, not like that. Wait, what the hell? If you notice that your opponent is standing really close to the ledge, go for this. From the ledge, fastball, double
This is crazy.
jump up air into them, and with the right timing, fastball again. If you did it right, you should force a tech chase from the ledge, which can get you a stock or at least some damage. Another tip for landing fastball up air is when in doubt, whip it out. Full disclaimer, do not do this in your local Walmart. I do not condone that kind of whipping it out. But because the move has so little end lag, it's pretty safe to
What are these jokes, man?
toss out if you're running off of a platform. And if your opponent decides to jump, hey, you get a free tech chase. If you have a stock lead on your opponent and see the opportunity, you can drag them into the bottom blast zone with you with a fastball up air. Fastball up air is coming to a close, so the last thing I have to say about it is that if your opponent likes jumping around in neutral, don't be afraid to call them out with this. I'll keep a mental note of what my opponent likes to do whenever I respawn, and if they really like jumping, I could just go for a fastball up air tech chase. Alright, that's everything about fastball up air until we get into jab locks. Now let's go into single hit up air. Wait, single hit up air? You mean this thing? Yes, I do mean that thing! If you manage to connect a single hit up air against an opponent that's on the platform, you can send them right up. And we do have enough frame advantage to follow up with things such as another up air or a forward air. Yeah, just those 10 seconds of audio was enough to sum it up. Alright, there's also last hit up air, which you pretty much never land, but you do get some combos off of. The final hitbox of Greninja's up air actually covers his torso and launches the opponent. There's a timing in order to get it, but it won't work against shorter characters, because they're short. This pretty much gives you as much frame advantage as first hit up air on the platform, so feel free to follow up.
We're about to get into jab locks, which is what a ton of people think of whenever they think of Greninja. Surprisingly though, Greninja doesn't get as much off of jab locks as he gets off of.
You use C-stick fastballs to get drag downs with multi-hit up airs. I feel like it's more consistent, maybe it's just me. Yeah. Also, what's up, Topisha?
Dash locks. So let's go over the properties of jab locks real quick. If your opponent misses a tech, you have a 25 frame window in which you can hit them with a locking move. The 3 moves we have that can lock an opponent are jab, the first 2 hits of back air, and down air at early percents. But this isn't Smash 4, so we pretty much only rely on jabs for locking our opponent. We already talked about this, but after locking your opponent with a jab, you have a 20 frame window in which you can get a punish. The most common options that we go for out of a jab lock are a down tilt, dash attack, or F smash, depending on the scenario. Or if you're feeling ballsy and know what your opponent's going to do, you can go for a hard read. You can normally lock your opponent up to 2 times with a jab, but there are times where you only want to get the first jab. If your opponent's really close to the end of the stage whenever you lock them with the first jab, you probably just want to go for the punish instead of jab 2, as jab 2 can just knock them right off the stage. The best moves that we have to set up for jab locks are fastball up air, obviously, back air, and F tilt. And also up smash, which sends down. Why? And yeah, that's pretty much all about jab locks. Alright, now let's get into dash locks. Ooh, how fancy, right? So way back in 2018, this amazing, absolutely incredible guy rescues kittens from burning trees all the time. Absolutely amazing Greninja player that you should definitely follow on Twitter. But this guy named Apple Ocean discovered a new tech for Greninja that opened up a ton of doors called dash locking. So for about the next half hour, we're going to be going over a bunch of nerd stuff. Let's get to it. Throwback to like 30 seconds ago where I said that we have 20 advantage frames after getting a jab lock. Greninja's initial dash lasts for 14 frames. So if you lock your opponent for the first time, you have enough time to dash forward and then jab again to lock them for a second time. This can be used to push your opponent closer towards the blast zone so that you can get a kill against them earlier. The only 2 moves that we have that are fast enough to be performed out of a dash while locking our opponent are a jab and a down tilt. Or you could also push them forward and delay your dash attack. So essentially, you can do 2 dash lock jabs into a dash down tilt attack cancel back air and carry them across the stage. Wait a minute, Apple Ocean, I tried dash locking Marth and nothing happened. Why is that? Alright, this is the nerdy part of dash locking that I already made a video on, but for the clarity of the guide, I'll pretty much explain everything again. So whenever your opponent misses a tech, there's a chance that they'll land on their front or their back. This is determined by a bunch of factors such as their air time, how high they fell from, the move that you spiked them with, their percent, but we're pretty much going to consider it random. So certain characters have different heights on their hurt box whenever they miss a tech. And if they're too low to the ground, the jab after the dash will lift. Some characters are able to be dash locked from either side, some are able to be dash locked from one side, and some are completely immune to dash locks altogether. Oh my god, how do I know which character I could dash lock? Well, Apple Ocean came through. Check out the document linked in the description to see who you can dash lock. Quick disclaimer,
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how much I'm gonna dash lock as Greninja, and I think I might just settle for like jab lock F smash and be happy with that. Well, nah, you do get a lot with it actually. I don't know.
Know that in the document it says front head, front feet, back head, back feet. Memorize front head and back feet instead of front feet, back head. Those are the 2 most common ways to dash lock. But if you do want to learn more about it, linked in the description is going to be the original video I made. Alright, why does the document also say pop-up?
Whenever certain characters miss a tech, they'll pop up depending on if they landed on their front, or their back, or either or in cases such as Peach. Against these characters, it is still possible to lock them with a jab, but you have to have good timing or else it'll whiff. Also, I would not recommend going for a dash forward jab to cover those 3 tech options, because if they pop up, you won't push them and they'll just end up behind you. So if you are trying to cover those 2 tech options, which are tech in place and tech away, go for a dash forward down tilt instead. Sweet, what else can we do out of a dash lock? If you push your opponent off a platform or off stage while they're in the locked state, they'll enter a state known as pratfall. This lasts for universally 26 frames against every character, and the only option that they have out of pratfall is teching against the ground. So if you lock your opponent on a platform, you might be able to get away with this. After jab locking them on a...
I want to get away with this. I want to do this to somebody so bad. Where I push them off a platform and then get another jab lock. That looks fun.
Platform, push them off, and if you expect them to miss a tech, go for a second jab lock. From here, you might have more punishes available that you can put in your Greninja montage. You can also get confirms off of pratfall that you wouldn't normally be able to get out of a dash lock. So if you get a dash lock on stage, you can push your opponent off into pratfall and get a down tilt F smash and kill them pretty damn early. Alright, this is some more super sciencey stuff. If you push your opponent off stage, they are able to grab ledge out of pratfall. This means that 26 frame advantage window from pratfall that we had on platforms isn't there anymore. The amount of time that your opponent is stuck in pratfall before they can grab the ledge.
Is there any reason not to just do a single dash walk down tilt if they're at the percent? Should work against every character. Yeah, I feel like most of the time you're gonna want to do if you get them off a platform and put them in pratfall, you just want to down tilt F smash a lot of the time.
Ledge is determined by their fall speed. So you might think that we're unable to get a dash forward down tilt F smash against another Greninja. Not true. It's completely dependent on your initial dash, because remember, we are stuck in it for 14 frames before we can down tilt. So if you start your initial dash from right here, you're going to be stuck in it for longer than if you start it from over here. So if your opponent's right next to ledge, instead of doing a dash forward down tilt, you can walk a little bit, push them forward, and then go for the down tilt F smash. You can tilt out of a walk before you can tilt out of a dash, so this is something to keep in mind. And we also have even more stuff that we can get out of a pratfall. Some of these options are super creative, so go ham, guys. Just to list a few, we've got up air, back air, grab, even footstool. Yes, you can footstool out of a pratfall. Really go ham. I want to see some crazy stuff in your guys' Twitter feed. And that is pretty much everything about dash locks. Before we get into these crazy footstool combos that we can pull off, it's really important to have an understanding of down air, so let's go ahead and knock that out.
None of that combo looked true. Footstool down air, footstool down air, footstool down air, footstool back air. If that is true, then Greninja has a year's worth of... No, years of labbing you could do with this character.
The way that I recommend you think of down air is as an aerial dash attack. What the hell does aerial dash attack mean? Alright, stay with me here. If you hit down air, you get some really nice stuff going, but if you miss it, that's such an easy punish. So don't be Javier Lopez 2012 in bracket and spam down air 24/7. I'd actually argue that the biggest use of down air is for movement. Being above your opponent in ultimate isn't the best thing in the world, so you can use down air to go low really quickly. So if you're off stage and have a good distance between you and your opponent, you can down air from above this line. You see this line? Down air above it, please. And then from there you can recover low instead of high. Disclaimer, we are not Sonic. Don't use down air out of disadvantage and expect to be able to auto cancel from it. You need to be pretty much already touching the top blast zone in order to actually auto cancel down air, so it's not the best thing to use on stage. Alright, back to the above this line thing. Down air does have its uses off stage for edge guarding, but you'll SD unless you short hop and then down air. So remember this line. Do not down air below that line or you won't get a 0 to death on anyone but yourself. And after you follow all of those rules I just told you and do input that down air, remember that if you miss, you should probably hold the jump button so you can buffer a jump and actually get back to the stage. A rule of thumb for using down air: don't use it pretty much ever if your opponent is below 70% because you get nothing off of it. After landing the down air, Greninja enters a pop-up animation where he can act out for a while. So until later percents, you're not really going to be able to get anything off of down air. This pop-up animation is useful though if you connect the down air on your opponent's shield. After hitting a down air on their shield, choose a direction and hold in that direction. Do not let go of your controller or anything, because if you hold in a direction, down air is safe on shield. You have enough time after this down air pop-up animation to double jump away or air dodge and get away scot-free. Alright, now let's go over what we can actually get off of down air. Down air has two hitboxes, a sweet spot and a sour spot. The sweet spot hitbox is only active for 3 frames, so don't expect to be an MLG, crazy, FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming, Cloud9, whatever. You're not going to get a spike from way up here. The move does have 2-framing potential, but the keyword there is potential. I went through so many VODs looking for a 2-frame with down air and could not find a single one. The main usage for the spike hitbox, I'd say, is on regrab. So if you notice that your opponent regrabs the ledge, go ahead and take it. That's a free spike. But try to get the timing down before you go for it, or you're just going to end up doing this. If you land a sweet spot down air on stage, grounded spikes are untechable in Ultimate, so we do have guaranteed follow-ups. Depending on what you're interested in getting, after a spike down air, you can guarantee a forward air, back air, up air, or neutral air. Pretty much every aerial but another down air. Platforms can really extend what you can get off of a spike down air using, fast fall up airs or the first 2 hits of back air, but I'd say that the most common confirms to go for are a back air or a forward air. If your opponent's at just the right percent, after a sweet spot down air, you can get a sour spot nair into an up smash. And if they're a little too high for this to connect, you can get a sour spot nair into a forward air. Probably the best way to set up for a sweet spot down air is against an opponent that's in shield. Since your opponent sees you approaching with a short hop, they're probably expecting a nair to come out and either trying to parry it or perform an out of shield option against it. So how about we screw them over? Instead of going for a nair, input a down air right above their shield. If they drop their shield, that's a free sweet spot down air that you can use to follow up. And if they hold their shield, hey, this move's safe. But remember, don't go for it below like 20%, you're not going to get anything. Well, almost anything. Alright, super situational scenario right here. Sweet spot down air does have a chance to trip at early percents, but it's only like a 2% chance of happening. If you notice that you get a trip against your opponent from the sweet spot down air, fast fall and hit them with a nair right after, and it will be guaranteed regardless of the option they choose. Again, you should not be tossing out down air this early, but it is something to look out for. Sweet, we knocked out the sweet spot. Now let's go into the sour spot. So the sour spot version of the down air is active for almost an entire half second. This actually makes it a really good lingering hitbox that you can use in order to edge guard. Please remember to short out first. If you hit your opponent with the sour spot down air, they'll go the opposite direction of which you hit them. So all of that left, right, left shenanigans. There is a bit of hit stun between both Greninja and the opponent before your opponent gets launched, so try reacting to the side you hit them in that period. If your opponent gets launched in front of you after the sour spot down air, you can go for a forward air, but if they get launched behind you, you can go for a back air. And just like the sweet spot down air, you can follow up with a sour spot nair into a forward air for a kill. The timing for this is super tight though, so you might just want to get the forward air. You can also potentially get a fast solo up air out of the sour spot down air if your opponent chooses the laggy option. This is more of a call out than a confirm, so you want to wait a bit after the sour spot down air and then input the fast solo up air. Alright, let's get into some really interesting tech using down air. Remember how I said that we get stuck in the pop-up animation after hitting a down air and it really limits the confirms that we can get? If you trade with down air, you'll actually exit the pop-up animation immediately. And from here, we have some crazy confirms that we can get. We call this tech down air canceling, and you can do it really well against multi-hit moves. Let's combine this with using down air as a mix-up on our opponent's shield. If our opponent likes tossing out multi-hit out of shield options,
I definitely like down air canceling versus Samus. It's a cool tech. This is a cool tech. I didn't know about down air canceling.
you can set up a down air cancel against that instead of going for a nair. It works best as out of shield options against Bowser's Up B, Palutena's Nair, Ivysaur's Nair, anything that has a multi-hit really. And then Dakis! Down air cancel up smash, that's a confirm.
Let's go! Clip it, clip it, clip it.
You can also use the Sour Spot down air to do this off stage against multi-hitting recovery moves. And because we haven't found the tech to do an up smash off stage yet, you can go for a Shadow Snake right after the down air cancel and get a kill. Alright, I'm pretty sure that's everything. Now let's get into Footstools and...
This video must have been made before Steve released, because now we can do up smashes off stage. 5 years ago? I think so. I think Steve may have been released that time.
Row back to Smash 4. Yes, they do still exist. Footstools were not removed in Smash Ultimate. They're not the same as in Smash 4 though, so let's go over the differences real quick. So I'm pretty sure that way back in Smash 4, Sakurai saw all of our tweets about our fancy footstool combos that we're getting and said, you know what, that's enough, we're going to make these techable in Ultimate. So a bunch of Greninja players, myself included, are really salty about this. Now instead of getting guaranteed follow-ups from footstools, we get tech chases, which isn't as rewarding, but it's still something. Alright, this is a huge misconception about footstools in Ultimate that I'm about to clear up for you. A lot of Smash players think that in order for a footstool to connect, your opponent needs to be out of hit stun. And because you can buffer any option out of hit stun, this means that there are no guaranteed combos that lead into a footstool. This isn't actually true. There is a secret tech to combo into a footstool. The tech is...
Hold in.
No, I'm just kidding, it's something else. But do hold in whenever you head bonk. There are moves that have a special property in Ultimate of being footstool locked. And apparently nobody but myself has done the research on this. So here's the rundown. Anyone but the attacker can footstool the recipient out of tumble. So if you're playing in a team battle or free-for-all, your friend can footstool the opponent out of an up throw. However, the attacker is under a limitation here. Up throw is a move that's footstool locked. So while your friend can footstool the opponent out of up throw, you cannot. This is why we can see some crazy Ice Climber stuff. You know, like where Popo's up tilting and Nana's just footstooling the opponent over and over? Popo's the one that's putting the opponent into tumble, while Nana is the one that's footstooling. You can tell if a move is footstool locked if whenever you try to footstool your opponent out of tumble, you only get the double jump animation. So here are Greninja's...
What's up, Bones? You could also just come up here and say hi.
non-footstool locked moves. Up air is an interesting case where you can only footstool your opponent out of it if they're sent upwards. So no fastball up air footstools, unfortunately. There is also no tumble into footstool. Whenever your opponent hits the ground, they're technically in landing lag, which is footstoolable. A lot of people shoot me DMs saying that they have trouble getting, near footstool where fully charged water share can footstool to connect. Honestly, you just have to go into training mode and really practice these. If you need to take it from quarter speed to half to full speed, that's totally fine. Anything it takes to get used to it. Alright, let's go over the fancy things that we can get. Starting off with fully charged water shuriken. In Smash 4, we didn't have the movement options that are available to us in Ultimate, so we're going to be incorporating a lot of directional air dodges out of footstool. If you land a fully charged...
Honestly, chat, I am not incorporating most of this stuff. It's cool tech. I don't think I'm gonna learn it. This is too much. I am happy with up air, drag down, footstools. I want to learn that. I don't think I need to, or footstool. No, up air, drag down, jab locks. That's good. That's very useful tech. The rest of that stuff, it's a little bit too much. I'll watch this. I'll watch the movement guide, and then I think I'll call it for tonight, because I'm starting to get kind of tired. I'm feeling sick, and my body's telling me I should sleep.
You know I've got this burning gifts to use, such that there's no way I lose. I was born to rock and built to last. You never see my feet 'cause I move so fast. Dancing, hey, nothing left for me to do but dance. All these bad times I'm going through, just dance. Hey, got candy in my ears tonight, baby. Hey, I've got to dance. All the nasty things.
How the fuck do we do that? What's up guys, welcome to part 4 of the Greninja guide. Yo, part 4? Wow, and to think that I was going to make a 1-part video at one point. So as you might be able to tell from that intro that's protected by fair use and shouldn't get me a false copyright claim, fuck. Today we're going to be talking about the importance of playing patiently in positioning with Greninja. Nah, just kidding, let's learn how to schmoove. So bear with me if this guide's a little bit awkward compared to my other guides, because I've never done anything like this before. Movement is the most interpretable topic in the world when it comes to Smash, because you can't just compare it to something like forward air, right? We can say, okay, forward air, -6 on shield, disjointed, safe if space, works as a kill move, works as a combo starter at early percents. But when it comes to movement, I can't say, okay, you want to jump in
Do ninja.
in this scenario, you want to Hydro Pump ledge cancel, you want to wave land, you want to foxtrot. It's really up to you to interpret how to use good movement.
Yo, hold up, wait. Typhi, I see your pizza in the Discord. That is actually an amazing looking pizza. I want that pizza.
So let's start from the ground up. First of all, you need to understand how to move with Greninja. Remember these training drills from part 1? Yeah, really grind these out, guys. It's really hard to...
Fine, I'll go pull up the training guide from part 1. Yeah, no, that pizza looked really good.
Alright, what's up guys?
Where is that movement drills? I'll probably do these movement drills as part of my stream tomorrow. Everything else comes second for Greninja. Yeah, that makes sense. Like Greninja is all about like just making sure you can hit them without getting hit yourself. So okay, I'm not reading this tonight. I will read that tomorrow, and we will do movement drills with it tomorrow. But we'll watch this video.
To have good movement if you can't do something such as a short hop consistently. So instead of playing Elite Smash against a Sonic on McDonald's Wi-Fi, set aside some time to learn how to move. This will make you improve so much quicker than Elite Smash. Yes, I hear you in the comments asking why movement is so important for Greninja. Well, it's because he... No, wait, where did the music come from? Stop, dude, get out of here. What the hell is going on in this part? Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. But yes, they did have a point. Just look at these stats, dude. Greninja's top 10 in jump height, walk speed, air speed, run speed, and fastfall speed. So yes, he was, quote, built to run and built to last. But yeah, Greninja is designed to move. So that bad out of shield game, don't even worry about it. Laggy aerials? Yeah, good luck when you're the one chasing us. Alright, let's go on to our first topic of the video.
Yeah, that's the whole mindset behind Greninja, is like, you have a bad out of shield game. Don't get stuck in shield. Don't be in positions where you need to shield your opponent's attacks. Just don't be there. That's it. That's Greninja. Alright, I'm done with my character crisis video. We can move on.
Video, or second? I don't know. Finding openings. So a lot of Greninja players look at his top 10 attributes and say, yo, I can approach with this. And then they'll get punished for something like a dash attack on shield or an obvious nair, and they'll keep doing it over and over. This really isn't the way that you want to play Greninja. Instead of using those top 10 attributes to get in on your opponent, use them to make your opponent think that they can get in on you. So every character in Smash has a limited moveset and attack range. Check out this picture, this is really cool. So this is the range at which Ivysaur's tools and neutral reach. A lot of characters don't care about spacing around their opponent's options because instead of having top 10 movement attributes, they have shield. But if you think about it, shielding an attack can really limit your options against it. Say Greninja gets a space forward air against a Mario's shield. Mario's options are super limited here. Now let's compare that to if Greninja didn't connect the forward air. Hey, look at that, Mario can get a grab now. See what I mean? So your goal as Greninja is to stay just outside of your opponent's burst range, force them to overcommit to an option, and then punish them for it. This goes back to what I said earlier. Every character has a limited moveset and a limited range. Ivysaur is not gonna just like move Delete or learn Solar Beam. Something else that you need to learn is the cooldown for those moves. Here's what I mean by that. Which one's easier to punish, a Charge Shot or a Falcon Punch? Even though Captain Falcon got some love in 8.0, it's probably still a Falcon Punch. You have to think about this for all the moves that your opponent has. Should you settle for dash attack or do you think you could connect an F smash? You also have to consider your own positioning whenever you go in for a punish. If you're about to initiate a short hop whenever your opponent whiffs an attack, don't drop down and go for a dash attack, commit to an aerial. But there's also the psychology aspect of it. If you don't have time to guarantee the aerial, your opponent's probably gonna end up shielding. So you have a bunch of other options to consider. For example, down air on shield, tomahawk down tilt, tomahawk dash attack, tomahawk grab. These are all things to think about in an interaction that will last maybe 20 frames. Let's go back to making our opponent overcommit. Greninja is fast enough to where your movements with him can set up your opponent's movements. If you run up to an opponent,
movement is the language you use to speak with your opponent. That is one of the first things Appalachian said in his first video, and it's still stuck with me because it genuinely is like such a great way to summarize how movement can impact the game.
you can scout out their option. What do they like to do? Shield, attack, jump? Treat this as data. And then from there, you can use your movements to counterplay theirs. If they like swinging in a horizontal direction, hey, approach vertically. If they like swinging diagonally, approach low to the ground. There's counterplay to every option in Smash. So if you can force an option from your opponent and know what that option is, it's all the better for you. Something that really helps you get this going. Hopefully you took my advice at the beginning and worked on the movement drills to the point where you don't even need to look at Greninja to control him. If you're not looking at Greninja, just pan over here. If you focus on your opponent more than yourself, it'll be so much easier to recognize their patterns, I promise. We're not just moving around for the hell of it, we're moving around to download our opponent's options and find openings. Very few characters have as good movement options as Greninja, so we really need to abuse them. The longer you're dancing around your opponent, the more desperate they're going to be to get one hit on you. And whenever they whiff, that's when you go in for the punish. Cool, how do we combine movement with swinging? This is the tricky part, because if you don't incorporate good movement with your attacks, you're going to be the one getting whiff punished. Let me start off by saying you don't have to swing 24/7. We're not Roy. So the same way you don't have to use dash attack every time you dash, you don't have to use fair or nair whenever you jump. There are situations in which I'd say you...
Do you know Venya, Danny? Also, welcome to the stream. Where's Venya from?
Don't even want to swing at all. If Shulk's in jump mode, for example, you don't want to swing or else he'll just punish you with a nair. So if you just incorporate good movement, you can time out his jump Monado. Alright, back to the whole swinging thing. So whenever your opponent selects their character, you need to already be thinking about what's safe and what isn't. For example, while Nair on shield is great against...
Oh, I didn't realize that about the person. Well, that's bad. Don't have anything else to add. But hey, I mean, if they don't make the community a welcoming place, they don't deserve to be there. Simple as that.
The majority of the cast, you're not going to want to do it against Game & Watch 24/7, because that character is broken. So instead, you'd probably want to space fair against him. Does your opponent have no good out of shield options from behind? Hey, abuse the hell out of cross-up nair. Being able to swing at your opponent without giving them the chance to swing back helps so much. But if you're being really predictable with your approaches, your opponent's going to be able to whiff punish you. So remember, you don't have to swing every time. A lot of the time you can manage to fake out your opponent and punish them for trying to punish you when in reality you didn't even choose an option. Yeah, Smash is fun. Alright, let's talk about Greninja's burst range. This frog is fast. And him being so fast means that he can cover half the stage in a split second. Combine this with our burst moves such as dash attack, down tilt, and back air, and you've got one of the best whiff punishers in the game. So if you know and respect the range of your opponent's options in neutral, you can get so much mileage off of this. Stage control is such a big help when it comes to this. More stage means more movement, and that means the more you can dance around your opponent and whiff punish. Who do you think feels better in this scenario? The Greninja in the corner with Smash Stick on, or the Greninja with all of PS2 to run around? Yeah, probably this guy. While we're here, let me tell you what you can do if you're...
Why did he have to add in the shade towards Smash Stick users? Like, Smash Stick isn't that bad, guys. It's fine. I used it on this character.
Mr. Smash Stick. First of all, awesome, much better. So a lot of the time when you're in the corner, you feel really pressured. If you jump, your opponent can hit you with an aerial. If you roll, they can read you and catch that. Remember how we downloaded our opponent's options with our movement? We talked about collision mechanics in part 3 and about how you can't run through another person, so here's the solution. WMG's gonna hate me for this video, but it's worth it. But yeah, if your opponent's
my stream's gonna get copyrighted because of him. Oh well. I'm just reacting to his videos. It's only fair. I feel like a lot of Greninjas use Smash Stick anyways. Actually, what I saw some Greninjas, or at least what this guy was recommending, is that AB Smash lets you do stutter step smash attacks, which is something I want to incorporate in my gameplay. So I might actually be turning on AB Smash attacks. This guy is based AF. Who, me or Appalachian? Because I mean, like, he's got good music. But yeah, if I'm just reacting to it, it's whatever. I need a kind of a lazier stream today. The sickness is coming down.
airborne for even 1 frame, you can run right underneath them. I do this all the time and it throws my opponent off. It's like, what? I just had stage control.
I've actually had people compliment me for my ability to just, like, reclaim center stage by just running underneath them. It's definitely easier to do in older Smash games. Don't touch the keyboard, kitten. But yeah, no, this is actually just a really good option. Like, if you notice your opponent's, like, jumping a lot while they're trying to trap you, just run past them. It works more than you'd think.
And if your opponent has invincibility when you do this, yeah, it's gonna be gone by the time they catch you. So movement isn't something that's just restricted to advantage and neutral. There's also examples of defensive movement. Some examples of this are B reversing, stalling with a water shuriken, recovering low with down air, wave landing, or even our favorite joke from part 1.
Did a full 180, crazy.
Just gonna put this here, and we should be good.
Dude. Oh my god. My stream got cooked by watching your VODs, Appalachian.
Every player has an internal clock as to how long something's gonna take, so just the slightest change in timing can really throw people off. And you're not limited to just these options that I've listed. There are so many creative ways to get out of disadvantage. If you told us a year ago that Phantom Footstools would be the key to getting out of disadvantage, you probably would have gotten some funny looks. But that's the thing about Smash, we're always learning the game more and advancing the meta. So who knows, maybe thigh hit back air will be the new meta next year. Actually, probably not. Alright, go grab your popcorn, it's time for Hydro Pump again. So a lot of Greninja players initiate Hydro Pump and have zero control over which direction they go in. And this can leave them really open to a punish. So alongside short hopping, foxtrotting, and dash walking, you want to practice your Hydro Pumps. Pretty much every angle of Hydro Pump is useful in some way. And if you're really comfortable with hitting those angles, you don't have to worry about eating a punish. So this angle right here is the most...
God, Hydro Pump ledge cancels are so sexy. You know what I need Smash 6 to have? Like, I just want better edge canceling across the board. Like, just let us edge cancel our moves. It's so cool. Let us do it, man.
Commonly messed up angle of Hydro Pump. If you were to mess up this angle of Hydro Pump and go diagonally at first, you would pretty much be guaranteed to eat a punish. The thing about Hydro Pump is that it can control so much space. And if you miss your angles with it, you're really limited as to how much space you can control. And this is really important for things like edge guarding. Hint hint wink wink. You can also combine some really interesting angles to protect yourself whenever you're getting back to the stage. If your opponent has to guess the angle that you're going to recover at every time, this really limits their chance of getting a punish. So grab your protractor and go ham in training mode. In part 1 we kind of just skimmed over Hydro Pump ledge cancels, and since then we found a lot more setups on pretty much every stage. Because Lilat doesn't count. So the thought process behind some of these setups is really interesting, and I'm going to share that with you guys. A lot of options have a set distance that you travel whenever you use them. Whenever you use dash attack, you're not going to randomly go across the entirety of FD, right? Same thing with roll, initial dash, dash in place, dash walk, hydro pump. You go a set distance every time. So that's how we found a lot of these setups. Other setups require precise timing and really just grinding them out in training mode. I was watching Venya's stream a little while back and he was talking about how Greninja has different setups from his ledge teeter animation. That's this thing right here. So keep that in mind whenever we go over setups. So here's an 8-minute compilation of pretty much every ledge cancel we found.
I hate how bad I want to learn Hydro Pump edge canceling when I know I'm not going to be playing this character long term, and I should just be focusing on like the bread and butter stuff. But it's so cool! I can't help it.
1922, you let out some women make a fool of you. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out here and get me some money too.
You got a point, Toad. You're gonna do an edge cancel setup last stock against the top player for the win in SD. Shush, zombie. This is let me dream of a future in which I do the edge cancel setup and get a back air, and then they die and I win. Yeah, I'm cool. People pop off. Why do a ledge trump when you could do a hydro pump from the other side of the stage ledge trump? Huh? Huh? Could be cool. What I said was, yeah, no, I've been muting my mic whenever I've been pressing play on the video, so I forgot to unmute it. But what I was saying is that I am fully content pilled, which has meant that my YouTube channel hasn't made a lot of money yet. So, pretty awesome. You want to make money? Do not go into Smash Bros. YouTube. That do not recommend that. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna call it good for tonight, actually. Tomorrow, we're gonna be doing some more, training. We're gonna do these training drills, try to, like, get good at movement overall. And then, I think what else I want to do tomorrow, I might do an Elite Smash speedrun. I haven't done one of those yet for him. Someone made a Crag skin with Jorts and Tims. That's incredible. I love Businessman Crag. That is one of my favorite skins in the game. I don't even play Crag, but I want to play him just to be a businessman. But yeah, no, Greninja's cool. I learned a lot watching Apple Ocean's guides. If there's any other guides you guys believe I should go back and watch, that would be good to know. Like maybe just his combo showcase video. I don't know. But no, Appalachian's cool. He's actually gonna be reviewing my tournament VODs from today and is gonna write up a report for me about that. There's an alternate universe somewhere where Smash YouTube is the most lucrative job in the world. It's not this one. We have the viewership somehow, but not recently. Like, game just is not active enough for that. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, I hope so too. I don't know how long it's gonna be affecting me. Don't go into YouTube for money if you ain't family friendly. I mean, I'm mostly family friendly. Like in my streams, I'll give a little cuss word every now and then. But in my videos, I try to keep it pretty family friendly. I probably need a mute a fuck from my Diddy Kong video, but dude, Diddy Kong really did piss me off. So I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna be looking at the VOD review from what Appalachian has to say about my my gameplay. Then we're gonna watch other top Greninja players. So I know I want to watch Stroder, Studying. If there's some other Greninjas that are worth watching, we'll watch them tomorrow. Tarek, of course, can't forget Tarek. MSBGA hat doesn't roll off the tongue. Tarek, Ice Knight, Anarchy. Yeah, those are some good ones. And then yeah, I'll probably just do like Elite Smash speedrun attempts tomorrow. See if we can get 10 wins in a speedy time. But I'm learning a lot about Greninja already. I already feel pretty knowledgeable with him. It's just applying that knowledge at this point. So yeah, no, I wish more characters had stuff like Appalachian here. He was great, wonderful resource. But yeah, no, I think I'm gonna be calling it for tonight. So thank you all for watching, chat, and I will catch you all tomorrow to do some more VOD review, I guess. Well, have a good night, everybody.